Hello, my name is Judith Aduma Bosman, and I'm the Mobile Financial Services Manager for Vodafone Cash, which is M-Pesa in Ghana. Our mission is to become the preferred mobile financial services solution for payments. By this, we want our customers to use their wallets for their everyday needs, which are payments for goods and services, payments for utilities, payments for groceries, and every other payment services that they consume in a day. Ghana has a population of 30 million, with over 50% between the ages of 15 and 64. Vodafone Cash has a strong brand perception and is widely used among the youth. 2 years ago, Vodafone introduced a free peer-to-peer and mobile money interoperability service. This allowed our customers to be able to send funds for free within the network and across the network. This service was to ease the financial burden on our customers with the influx of COVID and the electronic transfer levy introduced by the government. This service has been used by most of our customers, and some have testified of the savings they've made from using the free service. The future is very bright for Vodafone Cash. I see a lot of opportunities in the market to grow the market share of the business, especially through partnerships with financial institutions, driving payments across various merchant channels, and also promoting international money transfer.
And loss of life.
Medas.
Let's get the world smiling again. Receive MoneyGram directly into your ZPay mobile money wallet.
I'm going far from home and not of my own. I'll be learning to cope in every place that I go. The pussy who don't see my money fear. I wanna put a smile on your face, whether home or far away. The pre-mania
We are here for you as you help others along the way through the highs and lows of life.
Medas.
Let's get the world smiling again. Receive MoneyGram directly into your ZPay mobile money wallet.
I'm going far.
So today we are sitting here looking at Andrew and ZPay, and they control 20% of our remittance market. I'm so proud that it's been done by Ghanaian.
So there are regulations involved. So unfortunately, for you to be able to send money out of Ghana, you need to go through a bank. It's not reached the level where the fintechs will take over that. But look out for some announcements. The exciting times ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is hereby announced that ZPay launches the Z Micro. Hip hip. Hip hip.
Wow.
Hip hip.
Now the whole ideology is that ZPay wants to extend its success story to these young people. ZPay wants to sit down the next 10 years and he can boldly say, I'm part of the success story of this young person from day one.
Sorry for the interruption. But due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided metal afemuntin carbohydrate namun for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice, 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe, 80 pesos for kenke tamai and the other cow, 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what? Just get me water.
For sachet water, 30 pesos. For bottled water, 50 pesos. Oh, Moka has a Vodafone Cash. I'm the free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges and bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy 0 charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey, and you for by this time. And yes, when you been Vodafone.
This is the future mobile money, Huawei FinTech.
Welcome to Disrupt 270. It is the second time in a row. My name is Jerry Ajololo. I'm thrilled to be with you all yet again. We do this in commemoration of World Remittance Day by recognizing the contribution of over 200 million migrant workers to improve the lives of their over 800 million dependents back home by creating a future of hope for them.
Last year, we were here to do the Disrupt 270 and launch it for the first time. This is the second year, and I believe you're going to see the work that my ZPay team, I'm very proud of them. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing and continue to do.
Trinidad and Tobago is hoping to become a fintech-enabled financial services hub in the Caribbean. And there is an active fintech association in Trinidad and Tobago where remittances reached an all-time high of $194 million United States dollars in 2020.
I'm so proud to be part of this all-important show this morning. It's a privilege to be here because this is a model that everybody who is a young person wants to associate with. Just looking through the system clearly gives you the feeling that this is a good model that people must emulate and support.
So today we are sitting here looking at Andrew and ZPay, and they control 20% of our remittance market. I'm so proud that it's been done by Ghanaian.
So there are regulations involved. So unfortunately, for you to be able to send money out of Ghana, you need to go through a bank. It's not reached the level where the fintechs will take over that. But look out for some announcements, the exciting times ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is hereby announced that ZPay launches the Z Micro. Hip hip. Hip hip.
Wow.
Hip hip.
Now, the whole ideology is that ZPay wants to extend its success story to these young people. ZPay wants to sit down the next 10 years and he can boldly say, I'm part of the success story of this young person from day one.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, in first place, I take you to the part of Accra that never sleeps. Osu Accra, Amankwa, Ano! Hello, it's the second edition of the ZPay Disrupt 270 conference happening right here in Accra, Ghana, the center of the world, by kind courtesy of ZPay, Africa's fastest growing fintech. We gather here every year to discuss digital disruption, migration, and remittances. This year has been a blast, and from all of us, we want to say,
I'm going far from home and not of my own. I'll be learning to cope in every place that I go. I wanna put a smile on your face, whether home or far away.
We are here for you as you help others along the way through the highs and lows of life. Let's get the world smiling again. Receive MoneyGram directly into your ZPay mobile money wallet.
What does money mean to you?
It means convenience. It gives me the ability to do business at my own pace.
It allows me to live my life with ease and enjoy my lifestyle without interruptions.
Security. I can make investments I can trust, and I know exactly where my money is all the time.
Having the flexibility to do what I want to.
The feeling and peace of mind I get knowing I can safely receive remittances from my family and friends from the comfort of my home. Money means safety.
Money means so many things to so many people, but no matter what you use it for or what it may mean to you, money is the one thing that keeps us going and makes our lives a little bit brighter. So what does money mean to you? Just Momo it.
MTN.
Auntie Dede.
Dial star 715 hash.
Oh, again?
Yes, again, because I know what's coming.
Oh, Auntie Dede, see, my data is finishing. Try my hotspot.
Dial star 715 hash.
To buy airtime.
Dial star 715 hash.
Send money to the workers.
Dial star 715 hash.
Even the boys' night out.
Just dial star 715 hash and get things done.
Huh?
You don't need data to bank with Stanbic. With Stanbic, imagine all the 1,001 ways you can bank without the internet. Or stressing me out.
Auntie Dede.
Social distancing.
To register, visit stanbicbank.com.gh and click the service request button, or send a message on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram at stanbicbankgh. You can also call us on 0302 815 789.
Yo, I bet you go. When we go freaking out.
I see hope in your eyes. People fall and they rise. Make you no worry about the things you know we change, the things you know we do today. You go do them tomorrow.
Ooh, wow. This girl's got talent. You too can change your world, and it's affordable with MT4D data bundles.
Make it a rhythm inside your body. You be the winner, and I go tell you.
Airtel Tigo. Life is simple.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
He Are all student association contributions?
Even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh! He too?
Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly where the money goes. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Uncle, my father is hiding under the bed.
Oh, Araba.
Chango for your groupings and crowdfunding.
I have been working for the past 22 years.
5 years.
10 years. 11 years after school. Wow. That's a tough question. 1 million cedis now.
I prefer 50 million in 40 years.
1 million cedis now. I think about retirement every day.
It's quite scary, but I have.
My dream, I cried and I contem like 50 years. Now I'm retired.
Not really, but once a while it comes to mind.
It's scary, but yes.
I know the retirement age in Ghana is 60.
60 years.
60 years, I think.
Maybe a 69, maybe a 70, but 70, mostly 70 in a COVID time.
Pension baby.
Sorry? No.
Because if you do now, I didn't know, and I met him free anytime.
I would like a pension baby.
I say 60.
I want to be spotted in town in a black Audi Q7.
SUV.
Range Rover. Aja akokora na madanda me ho me ne me yere.
Old age comes to mind when I hear about pension.
Savings.
Enjoying the rest of your life while you wait for death, which is inevitable.
I would want to be on a farm, spending quality time with friends and family.
A lot of long walks, a lot of gymming.
At least I should have about 500,000 a month.
I don't know how much. I just want to have a lot of money when I retire.
Give or take $200,000 in my account.
Yes, I have a pension plan.
I said now, no. No.
Yes, I have with SNIT.
What made me start a pension plan, I would say, is my employer. Currently, no. We are now going to set up one.
I've not thought of it now.
Leave no be pension.
This is actually the first time I'm hearing the statement.
To you as well. On behalf of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, we'd like to say that we do not take your time for granted at all. The fact that you decided to spend your day here with us is deeply appreciated. My name is Kwabna Nefi Jatin, and I'm going to be your MC for the Mobile Technology for Development 2023. As custom demands, I'd like to humbly ask that we all be on our feet and share a quick word of prayer before we begin. Thank you. Shall we bow and pray? Father, Lord Jesus, we want to thank you so much for bringing us together once again. We pray that everything that we're about to do here, you will take absolutely control over everything. And at the end of the day, we shall come running to you with glory and honor. Thank you so much for hearing our prayers in Jesus' name. Amen. Shall we take our seats? Thank you. Well, so our goal for today is very, very simple. The agenda is quite straightforward. The Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, who happen to be the organizers of this amazing event, have put together some key stakeholders in various industries to help accelerate the whole agenda behind digital inclusion, within the African ecosystem. To shed more light on this will be the CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. I don't know if Ken is here. Right, Ken will be joining us very soon. In the meantime, I'd like to say that if you can hear my voice and you're outside, it's a good time to join us in. Please join us in, take a seat. The program has officially begun. Kindly join us and have a seat. All those outside, if you can hear my voice, kindly join us here as we officially begin the program. All right. So to shed more light on the objective and the reason we are gathered here today in an opening remark, I'd like to invite the CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, Dr. Engineer Kenneth Ashigbe. Please, a round of applause for him as he takes the stage.
Yes. Thank you very much, William, for joining me. So Dr. William Durban is the President of Financial Inclusion Africa. They are partners for putting this project together. And I also worked in with the Executive Secretary to the Vice President. I don't know whether I call him Doctor or I call him Mr. Augustine Blay with PhD at the end. Augustine Blay, yes. So, Mr. Augustine Blay The Deputy Minister for Communication is on her way coming, representing the Minister for Communication. We have Mrs. Clarissa Kudo, Deputy Director at Bank of Ghana, representing the Governor. We're blessed to have Madam Angela Wamola, the head of GSMA Sub-Saharan Africa, CEOs of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunication, the EMI Chamber of Ghana, other CEOs of our sponsors and our partners, distinguished panelists, our discussants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome all of you to the third edition of the Mobile Technology for Development Conference 2023. I'm particularly happy that once again, we have an in-person event after the COVID-19 years. Despite the challenges of the pandemic, we developed a virtual capability, and today we are able to offer a hybrid event with many of you joining us on Zoom and on the Chamber and FIFA's Facebook and YouTube channels. Another first is that we're offering this event in 2 locations. Today we're here, tomorrow we'll be at the Accra Digital Center. The Chamber, together with the Financial Inclusion Forum Africa, set up Mobile Technology for Development, MT4D, as an annual conference to generate discussions and have conversations on how we use technology to support the development of our continent. With the support of the Office of His Excellency, the Vice President, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, the Minister of Communications and Digitalization, we've been able to establish the MT4D conference as a key annual technology conference that brings together a wide range of stakeholders from the mobile sector, the financial sector, the electronic money issuers and fintechs, policy makers, academics, students, and many more. We are honored that His Excellency, the Vice President, opened the first conference and gave us a keynote for the last year's, the 2021 event. And today, he's delegated his Executive Secretary to deliver his keynote address and to launch MT4D 2023 for us. Thank you very much, sir. We recognize Mrs. Esla Osu-Ekufu, the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digitalization, who would be represented by her deputy, for the support for all the conferences since we started. It's very much appreciated, as well as Mr. Addison, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana. Your passion and support for digital financial inclusion is recognized. We're very grateful also for the GSMA for joining us this year with a very high-powered delegation led by my fellow engineer, Angela Wamola. We hope that all of you will be able to attend our future conferences. Even as we start, the date for MT4D 2024 is the 19th and the 20th of March 2024, God willing. Please mark that in your diaries. This year, we have listened to you and we have changed things slightly. In addition to panels, we've put together a couple of workshops that allow us to go deeper into issues and ask questions to come up with actions. We'll also touch on some telecommunication topics that would provide us connectivity required to ensure that we drive digital inclusion in the real sector of the economies of Africa. Additionally, taking a cue from the collaboration that drove the Chamber, the GRA, and other stakeholders with a mandate for the Economic Management Team to embark on research in line with data-led policy review of the e-levy. The Chamber has collaborated with GSMA, who has experience in this direction, to conduct some further research. So unlike the 2 former editions where we discussed, where we discussed the GSMA mobile money report, this year we would have a launch of a research that would continue with the work that we started with GRA. Yesterday, we presented the report to the Ministry of Finance and GRA as well. I'd want to commend the government for listening to the insight that came from the first research and reduce the e-levy from 1.5 to 1%. an action that from anecdotal evidence is beginning to yield results. We hope that with the work that we're going to do, we'll continue with this data-led review of the policy. Before I pass on to you, William, to tell us more about why we have chosen the current theme, I'd like to thank all our sponsors who have made this day possible. Vodafone Cash, Huawei, ZPay, Mobile Money Limited, Stanbic Bank, Airtel Tigo Money, IT Consortium, People's Pensions, BB Box, Fidelity Bank, and GIPS. Without you, this event would not have been possible. With the partnership of the Office of the Vice President, the Bank of Ghana, and the Ministry of Communication. I know this will be an exciting couple of days. We've put together an exceptionally group of speakers that will certainly make your presence worthwhile. Don't miss the second day because it would be very interesting. Let me take this opportunity to share with you a gist. Very soon, we'll be launching the EMI Chamber of Ghana. Thank you all very much for joining us here at MT4D 2023. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Nyawezo, and William would continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ken. Though it's a digital conference, it's like we are all using paper. So, all protocols observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we welcome you to the third edition of the Mobile Technology for Development Conference 2023. My name is William Durban. I'm the co-founder and chair of the Financial Inclusion Forum Africa, which is a forum for people who are passionate about promoting financial inclusion across Africa. I'm also the Global Director for Digital Financial Services for Opportunity International, which is a global NGO focused on transforming the lives of the poor and their children by providing access to financial services and training. Many years ago, I met a woman in rural Ghana. Her name is Faustina. She has a small farm where she plants enough to feed her family and sells the rest. Her farmer is a day laborer in the same community. They don't have a phone. Their kids go to the local low-cost school, and they live on the farm. And their parents have never been to school. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who are excited about new technologies, we are thrilled when we hear about them: 5G, IoT, AI, ChatGPT. However, for those of us who are also passionate about transforming the lives of people like Faustina, we know that technology in itself is not enough. That is why this year we are focusing on the impact of technology on the real economy, on people like Faustina. And our theme is driving digital financial inclusion in the real economy. Our continent, Africa, has between 60 to 80% of us engaged in the informal economy, mainly in agriculture, primary production. Can we imagine the potential we have to feed the entire world if we can find technology-driven, climate-resilient solutions of feeding people? Our average age on the continent is about 30 years. We have one of the youngest populations in the world. If we can use the power of technology to educate our young, they can become the technology leaders of the future, and no region in the world will be able to match us. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a world out there where Faustina can use technology to improve her life and that of her family. Over the next 2 days, we will discuss, we'll deliberate, we'll interrogate, we will learn from experts on how we can create that world. We will explore many issues and come up with actions and ideas to make technology real to us. As William Gibson once noted, the future is here. It's just not evenly distributed. It is imperative and urgent that we find ways to distribute technology so that people like Faustina can benefit. I implore all of us to think about Faustina as we discuss throughout the day. Once again, welcome to the conference and enjoy the next couple of days. Thank you.
All right, another round of applause for Dr. Ken and Dr. Durban. Right, thank you so much. The next batch of people we'll be seeing on this podium will be the other key stakeholders who will be giving similar opening remarks like we just heard. And so joining us next is Angela Wamola. Angela is the head of Sub-Saharan Africa GSMA. A round of applause for Angela. She joins us here.
Good morning, everybody. Greetings from the continent, which I represent here, and Nairobi, where I come from. As you heard, I am from the GSMA. And the GSMA, for those who may not know, is the mobile industry body that represents operators and the mobile economy ecosystem globally. And our work focuses on unifying the mobile ecosystem to discover, to develop, and to deliver innovation for a positive business and societal change. Now, what does this mean? We are the only sort of global association. We represent Sub-Saharan Africa, based in Nairobi, and we represent those interests where our core work includes the harmonization of technology, which is here, what we're here to discuss for development, and using mobile connectivity to help close the usage gap worldwide, and particularly in Sub-Saharan Africa. Today, sadly, only 22% of our population in Sub-Saharan Africa are connected to the digital economy by ways of mobile broadband internet. This is compared to a global average of 55%. 61% of our population who have access to 3G or 4G have never connected to the internet. And another 17% don't even have a 3G or 4G signal close to them. This means that we are leaving behind 88% of our citizens. This is clearly not acceptable, because leaving no one behind means leaving no one offline. Our role is to unlock the power, the full power of the mobile internet and the mobile connectivity so that our people, our industries, and our societies can thrive. We know that the mobile sector continues to achieve its highest impact on SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 2, zero hunger. And SDG 4, quality education. And this is due to the increasing proportion of people who are using mobile for activities such as accessing government services through the government digitalization programs, applying and searching for jobs, and obtaining educational information for themselves and for our children. Connectivity will remain at the forefront of strategies to achieve our digital economy national and continental agenda. During the pandemic, we saw that those with access to fast and reliable and affordable internet were able to stay connected, access education and health, and work remotely. Those who were without access were the most vulnerable to economic and social disruption. And they risk continually falling behind, even as the world emerges in a post-pandemic world. And online services become even more integral to our society. Therefore, as we sit here today, to truly unlock the power of mobile and address these societal issues that we face in Africa, the key will be to increase digital inclusion. Being connected is only the first step, but unlocking the transformative power of the mobile requires our people to have the necessary skills to realize the full potential of being connected online. We have to address barriers such as affordability, which will be critical to addressing access. To support smartphone adoption, we all must continue to look at making it more accessible and more affordable to our people. So, my parting shot is that as we gather here together, let us advance an enabling environment in tackling today's biggest challenge in the region. I welcome you also to MWC Africa in Kigali on the 17th to the 19th of October so that we can continue this conversation, because together we can partner for progress. Thank you very much.
Right, those are some insightful words from Angela. Thank you so much. Thank you. The next person to be mounting the podium is a rep from ZPay, which is Letitia. Her name is Letitia Brown. Letitia is the head of markets, inclusion, and advocacy. But before Letitia comes in, Letitia, you can come. But we're going to have a video, and then she'll speak right after. A round of applause for Letitia.
I'm going far from home and out of my own. I'll be learning to cope in every place that I'm going far from home and out of my own. I'll be learning to cope in every place that I go. Na me training, remain a pesiga mani. But pussy, who don't see my money. I wanna put a smile on your face, whether home or far away. Remain a pesiga mani.
We are here for you as you help others along the way through the highs and lows of life. Let's get the world smiling again. Receive MoneyGram direct.
This video, not only because our CEO unfortunately is stuck on a flight and wasn't able to make it this morning. He asked me to fill in for him, and I didn't want to have to say too much. So I think the video really explains what ZPay is about. It's about having access to finance, affordable, accessible, low-cost finance, purely from remittance into wallets. So I'm going to try and do just justice to Andrew's remarks this morning on his behalf. As they said, my name is Letitia. I'm the head of markets, inclusion, and advocacy at ZPay. So good morning, all protocols observed. Naturally, we're delighted to be here this morning and excited at this opportunity to participate and support in this prestigious event, which brings the fintech community and all necessary stakeholders together. ZPay is a remittance to wallet company that specializes in making it possible for remittances to reach the last mile from over 180 corridors globally. We have a presence in 25 African countries and licensed mobile money operator in 5 of them. We actually just launched in Gambia. We're currently in the process of the rollout at the moment, which is a huge remittance market and really need the support of an organization like ZPay. So we're very proud of that. Our strategy over the next 5 years is to become the largest mobile money operator in Africa and the Caribbean. We recently launched in Barbados, with a special focus on remittances into ZPay mobile money wallets. So as you just saw in the video, through the ZPay platform, people are able to send remittances from MoneyGram, TapTapSend, Mama Money, a number of different MTOs across the world, directly into a mobile wallet. What does this mean? Essentially, it means that people that may have had to walk 10 kilometers, take transportation for 2-3 hours just to get to a payout point, now are able to receive their monies directly into their wallet and at a much lower cost as well. Global remittances are currently estimated at $800 billion US dollars, with Africa contributing $84 billion to that. Our mandate in partnership with MoneyGram is to digitalize the entire remittance ecosystem at the receive side with innovation. We embark on this journey every day with the aim of changing lives. It's in the spirit of this commitment that we stand here today as proud headline sponsors of this year's MT4D. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kwamena Asomenin is the Chief Executive Officer for Stanbic Bank, and he's next to give us the opening remark. A round of applause for him as he joins us here.
Good morning. Representative of His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Augustine Blay, representative of the Governor of the Central Bank, representative of the Minister of Communication and Digitization, CEOs from the telecom sectors, invited guests, panel members, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and thank you for joining us as we tackle an important topic, financial inclusion, which has been deemed so important that it features in 8 of the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And as I thought about the topic financial inclusion, I couldn't help but look back to how much has changed in our country in the last 10, 12 years. I moved back 12 years ago, and that was before MTN started its mobile money. And I remember a conversation where MTN had approached us and wanted to use our banking hall as distribution outlets. Now, fast forward 10, 12 years later, the distribution outlets that the mobile money ecosystem has is actually more than the branches, and the banks are actually looking now to use the distribution outlets of the telcos. So it's actually been a role reversal, how much has changed in 10 years. But financial inclusion refers to the delivery of financial services at affordable costs to disadvantaged and low-income segments of society. So that excludes most of us in the room here. By providing the ability to tap into earned income through loans, by providing the ability to tap into earned income through savings or future income through loans, or to manage a loss through insurance, households are better positioned to transition from everyday survival, which we term as hand-to-mouth, to planning for the future. According to research from Georgetown University and MIT, the mobile money service, M-Pesa, for example, has lifted 2% of the Kenyan population out of poverty, and that establishes a very strong link between poverty reduction and financial inclusion. The COVID-19 pandemic had the effect of accelerating the pace of digital financial inclusion, driven in large part by the increase in the number of people working from home, the temporary shutdown of banks, and the refusal of some merchants to accept cash payments. In countries where financial inclusion was prioritized, doing so resulted in more stable financial systems and economies. Additionally, the mobilization of domestic resources through national savings improved, as evidenced by the close to 6 to 8 billion in additional float that has been brought into the formal banking system by mobile money. Government revenue has also been boosted through recently the e-levy, but traditionally through taxes, higher taxes to the telcos and the banks. It is without question that our government was proactive in promoting digital financial inclusion through the adoption of a national financial inclusion strategy that has a horizon of 2018 to 2023 and a digital financial services policy that was established in 2020. While we can highlight the impetus digital financial inclusion can provide to our economy, there are quite a few challenges that we must resolve. Financial systems that are inclusive allow for a wide variety of financial services to be accessed by most people, the majority of whom are poor. Admittedly, remarkable progress in quantitative access has been made, but this is yet to translate into economic inclusivity in most developing countries, Ghana being no exception. In the same way that handing out laptops to children living in poverty will not address literacy issues, providing bank accounts or access to mobile money wallets and services will not automatically resolve financial exclusion issues. One of the big issues relates to financial literacy, as the spate of fraud cases in our banking and mobile money and fintech ecosystems, as well as complaints about high fees and unfair practices demonstrate. To this end, it is encouraging to see our government and policymakers investing in regulation, public education, and governance, such as is being done by the Bank of Ghana's Market Conduct Office. Other barriers to inclusion include the lack of education, employment, as well as gender disparities. In staying relevant to the needs of a young, dynamic, and somewhat complex population, service providers in the financial services industry constantly have to innovate in payments, from using low-cost mobile money for remittances, as we just saw with ZPay, to enabling social banking to further deepen financial inclusion. With the prospect of reaching billions of new customers, banks and a wide array of non-banks have begun to offer digital financial services for financially excluded and underserved populations. They've done so either directly or in partnership with third parties, many of whom are in the room today. Digital innovations have also been introduced in areas such as energy, agriculture, healthcare, and education, all riding on digital financial rails. These offer new opportunities to transform the lives of the marginalized in society, particularly our youth, some women, the physically challenged, and people living in rural communities. Ghana is known to have the highest mobile phone penetration in West Africa, of 55%, which is 10% higher than the rest of the region. This has several implications for Ghanaians, as well as opportunities. How we carefully navigate these exigencies in the digital ecosystem to realize its real value is what we have to contemplate as we begin deliberations this morning. I look forward to a fruitful discussion with our seasoned speakers throughout the course of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think sometimes because we find ourselves, in the industry, we sometimes forget the power of such conversations. While I was seated and the speech was going on, my wife had just sent me a text that if I didn't send her data, she won't be able to watch this online. Sounded like a blackmail, but I just went ahead and sent the data to her. The whole process took less than 2 minutes, and she had received it. And that's the power of such conversations if we decide to, carry it all across Africa. Next on stage, we have Lee Maina. Forgive me if I murdered the name. Lee Maina. Lee Maina is the Chief Solutions Architect and Head of Operations for Huawei FinTech Southern Africa region. A round of applause for him as he joins us here.
Thank you to all esteemed guests, all protocols observed. Good morning. Just to clarify, the name is Lee Maina, and I pretty much lead the Huawei FinTech business across the Southern African region, but based in Kenya, so good to see my friends from the country, so habari yenu. So I'm honored and privileged to be amongst you here today. And I honestly don't think it would be a better timing for us to have this conversation around driving digital financial inclusion for the real economy, right? And we are moving from a place whereby we want to evolve fintech from not only being ubiquitous to now start thinking, how do we exploit the rails which we've already built for us to be able to deepen the financial inclusion in each and every single sector? And for this endeavor, as Huawei, we cannot overemphasize or underemphasize on the need and the role that data will actually play to give us the insights that will help us to drive this agenda. Either it's, in connecting our MSMEs to new markets and new customers for purposes of, economies of scale, or connecting them to new suppliers, both locally or even globally, for them to be able to reduce on their cost of COGS, or even extending a line of credit with a very accurate credit risk assessment and the right risk assessment in terms of being able to come up with the right pricing that will help them thrive. And I align the word, right pricing. And basically believing that some of these efforts will basically trickle down to the customers and also be able to grow the whole entire economy at large. But for us to generate this much required data, there is need for concerted efforts across different stakeholders and regulators in bringing people online and motivating them to stay online, right? And also keep transacting online. And as a world-leading ICT provider and ICT enterprise, we share in the same vision that our vision and mission is to bring digital lifestyle to every single person, organization, as well as home, for us to achieve a much more connected world, as well as an intelligent world for that purpose. And with our FinTech 2.0, we continue to invest heavily in FinTech research and innovation, supporting players in the fintech space to be able to develop end-to-end solutions that will bring on board and online every single vertical and its supporting value chain. And basically seeking to solve some of the persistent problems or challenges that some of these verticals have actually been facing. And looking forward to it, at the end of the day, we will remove any leakages to fintech adoption and even building resilience in terms of our MSMEs. Secondly, we will be ultimately generating this much more required data that will not only drive innovation and localized innovation, but will help us in extending services in our endeavor to deepen financial inclusion. And lastly, it will support all the stakeholders and players to be able to efficiently deploy capital as well as resources. And this requires concerted efforts, and we're more than happy to see great entities here today, which we do look forward to collaborating with to accelerate this deepening of financial inclusion. Thank you, and looking forward to the discussions today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Quickly, I'd like to invite the next person from Vodafone, my very good friend Judith Adumwa. Please, a round of applause for her. Adumwa Bossman, yeah.
Representatives from government, representatives from the Bank of Ghana, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am thrilled to welcome you all to the 2023 edition of the Mobile Technology for Development Conference. Vodafone Cash is committed to driving financial inclusion. We believe that everyone should have access to the benefits of a digital society. This is why Vodafone Cash is proud to sponsor this year's conference. We are very eager to drive the change that digitalization brings to sectors as education, agriculture, and businesses. Change requires partnerships, collaborations between governments and the private sector. We believe that with change, together we can build very innovative products to meet the needs of our customers. As an industry, we've done very well by driving awareness of mobile money. However, adoption remains low. If you look at the Bank of Ghana statistics on fintechs for January 23, only about 36% of our users are active on a 90-day basis. This means that we have a lot of people who are registered but do not use the service. Today, you and I are at this conference, and my ask is we all participate fully to discuss the challenges, the concerns that we have as an industry, and what we can do together to drive uptake of digital financial services. Thank you.
All right, and so that brings us to the end of the opening remarks from our key stakeholders. Another round of applause for everyone who was here. Right, so we've been sitting for a while. We're going to have a very beautiful performance by the Nkambomye Cultural Group. For those of you who arrived early on, you realize that they were at the back, in fact, in front of the door, giving us some beautiful African music. So with a round of applause, shall we welcome on stage the Nkambomye Cultural Group. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we give them a round of applause? And that's the Nkambomye Cultural group in Kambomia. For those of you who are not Ghanaians, in Kambomia, that's different from unity strength. Uncle Ken, maybe you should hear me. Unity is good, literally. Another round of applause for them. Thank you. All right. So we have a very brief exercise here. We'd like to... If Mrs. Rosalind Ingeno is here. Is she here? Mrs. Rosalind Ingeno. Mrs. Rosalind Ingeno is the Senior Experts Investments in charge of, in charge of Investments Division for AFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, shall we invite her on stage as she gives us a very brief presentation here.
Thank you very much. My name is Rosalind Ngeno, and I am here on behalf of His Excellency, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, and I proceed to read his speech. The representative of His Excellency, the Vice President, Minister for Communications and Digitization, the representative of the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Chief Executive Officers of private sector companies, industry representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, it gives me great pleasure to address you at this year's Mobile Technology for Development, the 2023 conference on driving digital financial inclusion in the real economy. Thank you very much for inviting the Secretariat and for the organizers for creating this important platform that extends beyond just the financial industry, but also encompasses other sectors. It is indeed a significant and crucial opportunity for us to come together, share ideas, and collaborate towards achieving our common goals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the economies of most countries have evolved from being agriculturally based to being dominated by manufacturing and now to being service-driven economies. More so, the economies are undergoing a new phase of structural change in the 21st century, where the main sources of value will be digital assets, data, intellectual and knowledge goods and information. Distinguished guests, we are witnessing a technological revolution that is completely transforming every industry. This disruption is impacting various aspects such as financial access, digital trade, government services, evaluation of outcomes and implementation technologies, and the means to connect with all different stakeholders. These changes are unprecedented and are altering the way we have traditionally conducted trade. In this regard, we are currently living in an era where the digital age is providing vast opportunities for development. Today, we are gathering here to talk about leveraging digitization to boost Africa's real economy. To provide context to this conversation, I would like to highlight some of the key impacts that digitization has had on various trade components. In labor, the nature of work is rapidly changing in the help of technology. Digitization has shifted the roles of producers and consumers, as well as employers and the self-employed. Consumers are now able to sell their goods, services to other customers on a global scale, blurring the lines between production and consumption. This includes personal goods sold online through peer-to-peer exchanges by allowing access to goods and services among users. Meanwhile, the impact of digital implications is already being felt in socio-economic transformation. The efficient production and distribution of goods and services are being boosted, leading to new opportunities for income generation for millions of people, including those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, under financial services, digitization has revolutionized the sector, particularly the retail payment systems, and the potential it has to advance digital financial inclusion across Africa is immeasurable. Digital financial inclusion refers to the provision of affordable financial services, including mobile banking, online payment systems, and digital wallets to promote financial literacy. This revolution in payment cuts across rich and poor, formal and informal businesses, and both underserved and unserved populations. And this goes to the core of the goal of the AfCFTA, to make sure that we leave no African behind. In addition, the financial services industry has been disrupted by technological advancements such as mobile connectivity, big data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and APIs. These technological advancements have led to a more modular financial services market with desegregation among ecosystem players. The full potential of the AfCFTA can be unlocked with the inclusion of digitization to enhance competitiveness of the African digital economy and fully exploit the potential of the digital era. It is essential for governments, the private sector, and development organizations to work together towards the swift implementation and development of not only hard infrastructure, but also soft infrastructure to create the necessary regulatory frameworks for these activities to thrive. The development of the right regulatory framework includes two key components: the modernization of existing regulatory frameworks and the development of new progressive regulations. On modernization of existing regulations, this component is particularly important for the financial services. And at the AfCFTA, the state parties are seeking to progressively liberalize trade in services by removing barriers to trade, which the current negotiators of the Protocol on Trade in Services have committed to liberalizing 5 priority sectors, including financial services. One key component of these negotiations is the development of cross-cutting regulatory frameworks in financial services. These regulatory frameworks will cover regulatory principles that will complement and facilitate the implementation of the market access commitments in all service sectors to boost intra-Africa trade in services. In the ensuing discussions, there is a need to modernize existing laws and regulatory principles in the financial services sector to allow new and emerging financial services to thrive. The AfCFTA member states and state parties are also developing the AfCFTA Protocol on Digital Trade. The protocol is envisioned to align our desires and objectives to promote and facilitate digital trade among state parties. This will be achieved by the following, and I'll just mention 2. Establishing clear, coherent, transparent, harmonized rules, common principles, and/or standards for digital trade, and 2, creating a fair, open, predictable, secure, and trustworthy digital trade environment for businesses and consumers. We are pleased to report that negotiations towards the development of the Protocol on Digital Trade has commenced, with the protocol expected to be finalized by this year in June. A continental framework will be provided by the protocol, which will allow for the integration and expansion of the digital trade space, the enhancement of access to digital technologies, and the advancement of regulations pertaining to data and consumer protection across the continent. All these factors are of crucial importance to the growth of dynamic industries in the digital era. As I conclude, this is a pivotal period for Africa's future. It is absolutely necessary for us to come together in order to guarantee that our continent will be able to sustain itself and also to protect the future of later generations. Africa now has access to the data, experience, and advocacy. It needs to advance its economy. The ability to assist our businesses in adapting to new possibilities and constraints will be critical to the agreement's success and will the manner in which African leaders negotiate the terms of the AfCFTA. The rallying call is, let us bridge the digital divide, let us utilize the resources that we have in digital to improve the economies of Africa, and let us make digital access that is for the African people, accessible by the African people. I thank you very much.
What does money mean to you?
It means convenience. It gives me the ability to do business at my own pace.
It allows me to live my life with ease and enjoy my lifestyle without interruptions.
Security. I can make investments I can trust, and I know exactly where my money is all the time.
What does money mean to you?
It means convenience. It gives me the ability to do business at my own pace.
It allows me to live my life with ease and enjoy my lifestyle without interruptions.
Security. I can make investments I can trust, and I know exactly where my money is all the time.
Having the flexibility to do what I want to.
The feeling and peace of mind I get knowing I can safely receive remittances from my family and friends from the comfort of my home. Money means safety.
Money means so many things to so many people, but no matter what you use it for or what it may mean to you, money is the one thing that keeps us going and makes our lives a little bit brighter. So what does money mean to you? Just Momo it.
MTN.
Yo. I see hope in your eyes. People fall and they rise. Make you no worry about the things you know we change. The things you know we do today. You go do them tomorrow.
Ooh, wow. This girl's got talent. You too can change your world, and it's affordable with Airtel Tigo data bundles.
Make it a rhythm entire body. You be the winner, and I go celebrate.
Airtel Tigo.
Auntie Dede.
Dial *715#.
Oh, again?
Yes, again, because I know what's coming.
Oh, Auntie Dede, see, my data is finishing. Try my hotspot.
Dial *715#.
To buy airtime.
Dial *715#.
Send money to the workers.
Dial *715#.
Even the boys' night out.
Just dial *715# and get things done. You don't need data to bank with Stanbic. With Stanbic, imagine all the 1,001 ways you can bank without the internet. Or stressing me out.
Auntie Dede.
Social distancing.
To register, visit stanbicbank.com.gh and click the service request button, or send a message on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram at stanbicbankgh. You can also call us on 0302 815 789.
Right. Thought-provoking conversations as well as insightful conversations so far. And I am personally excited anytime conversations around these, digitalization and financial inclusion comes up. We'll be acknowledging the presence of some protocols as the program goes on, but in the meantime, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister of Communication and Digitalization, who also doubles as the MP for New Jabin, Honorable Ama Puma. Another round of applause for her. Next to mount this podium is the Deputy Director for Bank of Ghana in the person of Madam Clarissa Kudowo. A round of applause for her, please.
Good morning. Executive Secretary from the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Baumia's office, Honorable Deputy Minister for Communications and Digitalization, all protocols observed. As you've been told, I'm representing the governor, so please permit me to read his speech. Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and thanks for the invitation to be part of this third Mobile Technology for Development Conference. The chosen theme, Driving Financial Inclusion in the Real Economy, broadly captures the bank's overarching objective to broaden financial access for inclusive growth and societal welfare. Since the mid-2000s, ladies and gentlemen, the bank has leveraged on advances in information and communication technology to push the frontiers of financial inclusion as well as promote the cash-light agenda. This has broadened the scope of financial institutions to include financial technology firms with innovative financial products and services. In addition, the traditional banking operations have also witnessed significant automation processes as part of the comprehensive digitization agenda. The extent of mobile phone penetration and the supportive infrastructural payment ecosystem has become a potent tool for financial services delivery across various segments of society. These enormous digitization shifts in the financial sector have not occurred in a vacuum. It has taken the efforts of several stakeholders spearheaded by the Bank of Ghana to formulate conducive regulatory frameworks and supportive payment system infrastructure anchored on sound digital financial service policies. The overall objective is to enhance inclusive access to financial services in a manner that positively impacts the real sector. Broadly, the Bank of Ghana expects the financial inclusion agenda would expand financial access to the unbanked and vulnerable in society, drive income-generating activities, and in turn, economic growth and poverty reduction. Currently, Ghana now boasts of a vibrant fintech industry in line with the bank's proportionate regulatory regime, which has reflected in the tiered licensing framework. As of January 2023, 46 fintechs had been licensed to operate, with extensive reliance on local talents and resources. These firms, together with over 700,000 registered mobile money agents, indicates that the financial digitization agenda has contributed significantly to employment generation in the country. Furthermore, the payment system data show that approximately 56 million mobile money accounts have been registered, which serves as a critical mass for digital transformation of the real sector. Another notable achievement of digital financial inclusion is the aggregation of smaller amounts of monies from the large registered mobile money accounts base into bank accounts. These accounts had accumulated a total balance of 12.8 billion Ghana cedis as at the end of January 2023, which constitutes an essential component of the bank's deposit mobilization effort with positive implications for financial intermediation. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, digital technology is enhancing easy access to credit in novel ways. Data generated from digital payment transactions and the GSMA airtime have become valuable inputs for generating credit scores, using data analytic tools. Without collateral, micro-enterprises and individuals have obtained instant microloans for economic activities and for emergency financing need. The delivery of such non-collateralized loans through innovative products developed by fintechs is highly commendable. With the emergence and adoption of other new technology tools such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, and robotic process automation, fintechs are better positioned to add on to such innovative products and services to significantly benefit small and medium-sized enterprises and further enhance growth in economic activities. In addition to the financial inclusion gains of the SMEs through these financial products and services, the bank has also issued the Merchant Account Categories Policy to promote SME acceptance of digital payments through commensurate onboarding requirements. This is an essential step towards generating immense benefits for the SMEs from digital financial inclusion. To cement these benefits, the Bank of Ghana and the Monetary Authority of Singapore are jointly implementing the Business Some Borders project, which, among others, seeks to digitally connect SMEs around the world through hybrid data and solutions hub driven by self-learning artificial intelligence, supported by innovative and relevant financial services. On completion of this project, SMEs in Ghana are expected to gain more business opportunities globally. Despite the progress made so far, there is a need to further scale up merchant acceptance through digital payments. This calls for innovative fintech solutions sensitive to the peculiar needs of diverse businesses. The Bank of Ghana's regulatory sandbox, which was launched in October 2022, aims to encourage and support such innovations. The first cohort window of the regulatory sandbox opened on February 15, 2023, and ended on March 14, 2023. Among the priority areas were solutions targeting merchant acceptance. This is one of the surest ways of embedding digital payments in the Ghanaian society to diffuse the gains of financial inclusion. Fintechs innovators are therefore encouraged to patronize the regulatory sandbox when the next cohort opens. Ladies and gentlemen, to further enhance the impact of digital financial inclusion on the real sector, stakeholders must collaborate to promote digital literacy skills. Although functional digital skills are acquired through the use of mobile phones, the transferability of such skills to digital solutions being deployed in other sectors of society could support the quest to establish an inclusive society based on digital technology. Already, some farmers are benefiting from digital apps deployed to disseminate essential information, including weather, fertilizer application, pest migration, diseases, and market prices. Other integrated solutions have also brought together farmers, financial institutions, buyers, and agricultural experts to build an ecosystem of transparency and mutual trust towards improved collaboration. Clearly, this approach embeds digital technology into real sector activities and hence holds substantial promise for digital transformation of society. Fintechs must therefore collaborate with other digital solution providers to educate as well as provide platforms to fast-track the diffusion of digital technology across all economic sectors. Already, the requisite policies and infrastructure for takeoff of a digital economy are in place, alongside demonstrable evidence from the ECD pilot, which is currently in its final stage, to anchor the inclusive digital financial service space. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you that the Bank of Ghana is fully committed to building a safe, robust, and innovative fintech ecosystem to support Ghana's economic growth and development efforts. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Clarissa. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to correct the constituency of the Honorable Minister. She's She's the MP for Jabin in the Ashanti region. That's right. Forgive me. I believe I'm forgiven. With a round of applause, shall we invite the Honorable Minister as she gives us her brief speech? Please, let's do it better for her. Yeah.
Thank you. We are getting to a campaign season, so it's very important. My people know I'm still with them. Thank you very much. I'd like to apologize on behalf of my minister, Honorable Esla Owusu-Ekufo. She tried to be here, but something came up, so I have to quickly come in and support and give her speech. It's good to see you all. Happy New Year. It's been a while. Your Excellency, Mr. Blay, I know you're representing our Vice President, representative of the Secretary General of AFTA, our representative from Bank of Ghana, CEO, Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, Dr. Kenneth Ashigbe, President, Financial Inclusion Forum Africa, our captains of industry, honorable distinguished panelists, other discussants, participants joining us virtually, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first express my gratitude to the organizers, not necessarily for the invitation, but for the opportunity to address a cross-section of people who represent change on the continent. It is important for me because if we want to sustain the progress being made by the big players on the continent for the continent and derive maximum benefit from what technology offers, we must bring others along. Collaboration at any level is therefore key to our collective success in the area of technology. This conference has become one of the leading events that brings key stakeholders together to talk about the digital ecosystem, technology and its impact on the real economy, as well as the sustainable development of not just our country, but the entire continent of Africa. The collaboration between the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, its agencies, along with members of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, has led to the provision of very critical emergency spectrum to enable us to manage the growth in demand for data, connectivity for public workers to work from home, and zero-rated some websites to enable students to study, just to mention a few. The topic for this year's event, driving digital financial inclusion in the real economy, is so relevant and goes to the heart of the various initiatives by government. That is, making digital technology work for the people. I believe all of us gathered here can agree that technological solutions are not developed for the sake of developing them, and that such solutions are meaningless if they do not solve a challenge in the lives of the average person and improve their quality of life. We have therefore, over the years, focused on improving use, adoption and use of technology by addressing issues of infrastructure, regulatory and policy, and capacity building, all flowing from the Ghana Digital Agenda in 2017 to our current digital transformation agenda. And the private sector has been a critical part of this journey. The strategy is intended not only to position Ghana as the digital gateway to the continent of Africa, but also to take advantage of the creation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. As we seek to ensure connectivity throughout our country, as well as pursue the African agenda, We are extending our digital infrastructure to our eastern, western, and northern frontiers to enable seamless connection to our neighbors. In order to effectively drive digital financial inclusion, we first of all need to drive digital inclusion and connectivity. Ministry of Communications and Digitalization and its agencies, working with the private sector, have introduced many initiatives to narrow the digital divide and empower citizens to embrace the use of ICT. We are implementing the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project to connect over 3 million people to now have equal access to the innovations and digital initiatives introduced by both government and the private sector. Let me mention a few. We have the mobile money interoperability. We have the national identification card as a single process e-ID. We have the digital skills. Okay, let me go back to the national identification card. Let me take the opportunity to thank the telcos for all the support they gave the ministry during the SIM registration. Let me also mention the digital skills development offered through a nationwide network of digital transformation centers to benefit over 20,000 women entrepreneurs, master trainers, youth and children in coding clubs. We also have focused interventions to reduce the gender digital divide. I smiled when I got to this. And create opportunities for the youth through the Girls in ICT program, as well as nurturing of new businesses at digital incubation centers. For 2023, our target is to train 5,000 girls. And for our sponsors here, MTN and my sister from Vodafone and Airtel Tigo and all the others, we want to do 5,000 girls this year. So please, as you always do, we are just asking for more. I would also want to take the opportunity to thank the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications for launching the Seat for Ladies in STEM, an initiative that also seeks to bridge the gender gap in STEM related jobs by offering more ladies opportunities for internships, national service placements, employment, as well as mentorship of ladies who are already in STEM jobs. This is an initiative that has my support and that of the ministry. The ministry would work with the chamber to ensure that we approach parity in the STEM job market within half a decade or even earlier. This initiative will be a bridge to the ministry's Girls in ICT project. It is important that we work to ensure that the tech industry reflects our diversity aspirations for our society. As mentioned by His Excellency the President in the State of the Nation address, we have chalked quite some very impressive feats. These include the construction of more NCA licensed fiber optic cables than any other government in the Fourth Republic, 93% of total. Establishment of Africa's first national scale electronic pharmacy platform, provision of free Wi-Fi to 700 senior high schools, 46 colleges of education, 260 district education offices, and an initial successful pilot of 13 public universities. We have also introduced the drones in the delivery of critical medicine, vaccines, and blood to people in remote parts of the country. And today, Ghana has the largest medical drone delivery service in the world, with 6 zipline distribution centers in Ominako, Impaye, Vopsi, Sophie Yoso, Kitakrachi, and Enum. We also have the deployment of the e-VAT and e-invoicing system. The National Health also has deployed a self-enrollment mobile application, My NHIS app, that allows Ghana card holders to self-enroll in the scheme. And this application enables registration and renewal for oneself and others by linking NHIS cards to Ghana cards. In 2022, over 5 million members' data were linked to their Ghana card to enable them access healthcare using their cards. Under digital economy policy, as a ministry, we are resolute in our plans when it comes to speeding up the development of the right policy and legal environment to facilitate the utilization of digital technology, applications and services at all levels. We are equally committed to developing and protecting our digital infrastructure and enhancing the acquisition of digital skills of our youth. It is only through effective collaboration with stakeholders like you gathered here, along with the implementation of the policies and regulations, that the above stated objectives and more can be accomplished. Following the adoption of the ICT for Accelerated Development Policy in 2003, Ghana has advanced legislative reforms and a supportive regulatory environment, leading to investments in adoption of ICT solutions throughout various sectors of the economy. These initiatives have ushered the country into the digital economy with its attendant opportunities and challenges, including those uncovered by the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Ultimately, the Ghana digital economy policy will facilitate the increased contribution of digital economy to the growth of our national GDP, address national priorities such as job creation and unlocking value in high potential sectors, while strengthening inclusion, safeguarding national interests, and augmenting efficiency in public service delivery. As a government, under the eminent leadership of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo and his Vice, Dr. Bawumia, we continue to expand the capability for public policy to inspire digital transformation initiatives to improve the lives of Ghanaians. It is against this backdrop that the ministry has been championing the need for a frank and open dialogue on the equitable contribution by big technology companies to the investment needed for the expansion of our telecommunication networks to provide the critical connectivity, not just for Ghana, but Africa's development. I firmly believe that it is about time that as a continent, we ensure that every industry that benefits from our infrastructure and offers services to our citizens contributes their fair share. So big tech, including Facebook, WhatsApp, Google, Amazon, Twitter, and Netflix, just to name a few, need to contribute to the expansion of Africa's network infrastructure that has been built by the investments made by the mobile network operators. They should also make fiscal contribution to our economies. This is a conversation that requires a pan-African approach that I am happy GSMA, Smart Africa, and other organizations are beginning to respond to an issue I have been raising for quite some time. We are watching what the consultations that the European Commission is currently doing about the same issues would result in. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reiterate that our drive towards universal access to technology and digital inclusion is meaningless if we do not look at access and usage, especially for majority of our people who are unable to afford it. In doing this, we must look at pricing to ensure it is affordable. Even though we are doing remarkably well by making data affordable, I still think there's still some work that would require a multi-stakeholder approach to drive our prices down. We may have to consider optimal pricing of spectrum and making them available, completing work on the revision of the tower guidelines, and working with other state agencies to reduce the incidence of fiber cuts and vandalization of cell sites. These are policy interventions my ministry is committed to working on, and I'm sure we can continue to show further improvement in the affordability index. In conclusion, I would like to echo government's commitment to ensuring our real economy is running and has the right policy and regulatory atmosphere to blossom in a way that upholds the interest of Ghanaians. That said, I wish to express my profound appreciation to the organizers and sponsors of this annual conference. I see this as a noble contribution towards national development, as it is through this kind of platform that we find ways to build a robust and mutually beneficial ecosystem. Once again, consider our continuous participation as a reaffirmation of government's commitment to building our real economy. Have a productive MT4D 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. We have heard everything you've said. Another round of applause for her. Thank you so much. Let's take a couple of commercials from our sponsors, and then we'll proceed to the next item on the bill.
Hello, my name is Judith Aduma Bosman, and I'm the Mobile Financial Services Manager for Vodafone Cash, which is M-Pesa in Ghana. Our mission is to become the preferred mobile financial services solution.
Sorry for the interruption, but due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided metal afemuntin carbohydrate namun for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe 80 pesos for kenke Tama, and you're the cow. 1 cedi, 50 pesos.
You know what? Just get me water.
For sachet water, 30 pesos. For bottled water, 50 pesos. Oh, Moka has a Vodafone cash. I'm the free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy 0 charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey, and you for by this time. I can't say when you be
Vodafone.
This is the future mobile money, one-way fintech.
Welcome to Disrupt 270. It is the second time in a row. My name is Jerry Ajololo. I'm thrilled.
He's a PhD holder in the information technology with a focus on digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and data science. In addition to working as an executive secretary to the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, he also heads the digitization initiatives of his boss, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Dr. Augustine Blay has over 15 years' experience of leading technology teams that develop solutions for both U.S. public and private sectors. Dr. Augustine's experience demonstrates his expertise in leading technology projects for large organizations in both the public and private sectors. Dr. Blay has published several papers on topics related to knowledge management, change management, and factors influencing employees' intentions to use their own devices in organizations. He is fluent in French, English, and Spanish, and has authored books such as The Patriotic Youth of Ghana, Profile of the Unsung Heroes and Secret Weapon of the 2012 Elections, and What Ghana Can Teach the World, a case of the 2012 electoral petition. At the Conference on Mobile Technology for Development, Dr. Augustine Blay is representing His Excellency, the Vice President, and will be sharing his insights on how technology adoption and digital transformation can drive economic growth and development in emerging markets. His expertise in government digital services, organizational behavior, and technology adoption will offer unique perspectives on the opportunities and challenges of leveraging technology to accelerate development in low-resource settings. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Augustine Blay.
Good morning. For a minute, I thought you were speaking about someone else. I don't. We just come to work and work for the good of the country. So, I'm happy to be here. Representatives of the Minister of Communications, Honorable Aslawusu Ekofo, who is here. The rep is Honorable Amapoma Boateng, MP, who still has the people behind of Jabin in Ashanti region. Also the Deputy Minister of Communication, the rep of the Secretary General of AFCTA, rep of the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, President of Financial Inclusions Forum Africa, captains of industry, honorable distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, technology enthusiasts, financial inclusion experts, on and on and on. Good morning. It is an honor to deliver the keynote address on behalf of the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, for this year's gathering on the theme of driving digital financial inclusion in the real economy. Let me express my profound gratitude to the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications and the Financial Inclusion Forum Africa for organizing this event once again, the third edition, to bring together stakeholders of Ghana's telecommunications, financial industry, and of the vibrant digital financial service ecosystem. This is an idea forum, the exchange of ideas on how best to leverage mobile technology for our continent's development. Let me commend all stakeholders who have committed time, energy, resources, and financial resources to make this event possible. I am pleased that the Mobile Technology for Development Conference, which the Vice President had the honor to launch in 2020, has not only become a platform for industry engagement to shape our local digital ecosystem, but has also helped position Ghana as a major destination for global technology investors. I want to thank you all for making this possible. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, digital financial inclusion has become a global phenomenon that is transforming the way people transact and manage their finances. It has the potential to provide access to financial services to millions of unbanked and underbanked individuals, which is critical for inclusive economic growth. However, as we all know, the real economy is where economic activities takes place, and digital financial inclusion must be integrated into the real economy to have a tangible impact on our citizens' lives. This is why I believe the topic, driving digital financial inclusion in the real economy, is very appropriate at this juncture in our economic development. As a country, we have made significant strides in the digital financial inclusion agenda. Today, Ghana is recognized as a success story and a global hub for digital innovation and disruption, therefore attracting both talent and funding to this country. The government, through the Ministry of Finance, launched the National Financial Inclusion and Development Strategy, NFIDS, for 2018 to 2023, which outlined our ambitious vision to reduce the financially excluded in our society from 25% in 2015 to 15% by 2023. By dint of hard work, commitment, and collaboration of all stakeholders, we surpassed the 2023 target in 2021. Indeed, the Ghana Demand Side Survey report indicates that 95% of our adult population, 15 years and older, use both formal and informal mechanisms to manage their financial needs. To emphasize, from a target of 15% in 2023, we achieved 5% financial exclusion in 2021, making Ghana one of the most financially included societies in the world. The State of Inclusive Instant Payment in Africa report, which was launched at the Mobile World Congress Africa in 2022 in Kigali, Rwanda, found Ghana far ahead of her peers in regard to financial inclusion. Ghana, remarkably, was the only country that scored 100% on access to financial inclusion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, often at time, when these milestones have been achieved, we often lose sight of the deliberate and well-thought-out steps we took to get there. There are four main components of this financial inclusion paradigm: the banking sector, consumers, the business, and finally, government. The government of Ghana had to set up the policy framework needed to integrate the payment platforms. So first, government, through GIPS, integrated the banks to make them interoperable on the back of GIPS Instant Pay. Then GIPS introduced a biometric payment system called eSwitch, which was also made interoperable, before moving on to integrate the mobile money operators into an interoperable platform. GIPS CEO, Mr. Achi Hesi, put it eloquently when he said the following: by making all the three platforms interoperable, we ensure that no matter who is making the payment and from wherever the person is, they will be able to do so seamlessly and instantly. As a result, as the rep of the Bank of Ghana said, 56 million mobile money accounts created. Following the successful implementation of the mobile money interoperability platform, we set out to create an enabling regulatory and policy environment for the development of digital financial services as a poster child for Ghana's economic transformation. This led to the launch of 3 key policies. 1, the National Financial Inclusion and Development Strategy was developed with the specific aim of increasing financial inclusion from 58% to 85% by 2023 in order to help create economic opportunities and reduce poverty. 2, the Digital Financial Services Policy built on existing technological gains to create a resilient, inclusive, and innovative digital ecosystem that contributes to social development, a robust economy, and a thriving private sector. 3, the Cash Light Roadmap put forward concrete steps to build an inclusive digital payment ecosystem. This includes better access to financial services, enabling regulation and oversight, and promoting consumer protection. As part of this policy effort, the government set up a new digital payments coordination unit to drive effective stakeholder engagement on the implementation of key actions. These successes, ladies and gentlemen, were consciously and deliberately created by harnessing an enabling policy environment and fostering private-public partnerships to ignite growth and development in the real economy. While these are significant milestones, we must recognize that digital financial inclusion is not an end in itself. We must integrate digital financial inclusion into the real economy to improve financial resilience, boost economic activities, and reduce poverty. On the consumer side, the expansion of financial inclusion requires the establishment of trust of consumers in the financial system, trust of the financial sector in the identity of consumers, and trust of consumers and the financial sector into government to regulate and create a safe environment to conduct digital financial transactions. On the back of the successful implementation of the mobile money interoperability platform, government proceeded to biometrically register Ghanaians on the National Identification Platform, in which about 18 million Ghanaians are registered on it biometrically. The 10 fingers, the two eyes, irises, their face, making 13 biometric elements captured to ensure that the identity of the Ghanaians that are registered is immutable. It is important to also pause here to understand the importance of platform economy within the context of financial inclusion. In essence, the establishment of a virtual community of consumers, a virtual community that's vibrant, active, and collaborative. The real economy must have a certain sure presence in a virtual real economy. Platforms such as Uber, TikTok, Facebook, social media platforms create a semblance of a real economy where there's a virtual identity exists. But within our ecosystem, we should not create siloed platforms or siloed virtual communities if you want to expand the financial inclusion. Within the platform, as many have said, we look at giving loans, credit scores, but beside that, the platform economy gives an opportunity for consumers to use their knowledge to establish their credibility, through which they can have access to financial resources. Today, I would therefore like to outline some of the key steps that we have taken to drive financial inclusion in the real economy. These steps include expanding access to digital financial services, promoting financial literacy and education, improving regulatory frameworks, and investing in infrastructure and innovation. These key points are self-explanatory, and we are all experts. I don't have to get into detail of that. But in terms of expanding access to digital financial services, we must make sure that it's easy. The government makes sure that it's easier to pay for transactions. Different payment channels have been established, the QR code. And we continue to work with the Ministry of Communication and the stakeholders and the private sector to reduce the cost of data associated with these transactions. Promoting financial literacy and education, I encourage the fintechs and the actors in the financial inclusion framework to adopt a concept of catch them young. As much as they seek to educate our young ones in technology skills, they must also educate them on how to use financial service, digital financial transactions or services to save and conduct transactions. In the area of improving regulatory frameworks, we must look at how to protect the data as more platform comes online and more fintechs come online and more transaction comes online. It is important to understand that data has to be protected. Not only data, but access to the back-end tools of these platforms have to also be protected. We must look at regulatory to ensure that clearances are put in place and that platform being built or system being built are done in an ethical manner. Agritech, edutech, health tech, and clean tech are all in the real sector of our economy. That will require a lot of attention, but they all sit in the same principle where you have consumers, you have investors, you have the banks, you have government. We have paid a lot of attention to fintech, and the results are there for everyone to see. I will urge that we adopt ecosystem paradigm and learn to work in teams so we can build unicorns within the fintech and other tech sectors as well. However, in the real sector, we must work to ensure that we adopt technology to resolve the challenges within our agricultural value chain, increase our productivity, reduce the drudgery in the sector, and make agriculture attractive to the Generation Z. We should not miss the benefits of the COVID pandemic and deploy technology in education and healthcare as well. This will enable us to maximize the limited human resources we have and ensure that our people, no matter where they are able to get access to the best healthcare and educational facilities. The Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, announced last week the government is working that by the end of the month, we will have a program in place that every Ghanaian child born will have an ID associated with the person that will follow the person from birth to death. Working to contribute into building trust in this ecosystem. It is for this reason why I will urge the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization to work with the NCA and members of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunication to ensure that we have complete national coverage of 4G network in every nook and cranny of the country. Then speed up work on the 5G roadmap for the country. 5G in Ghana, and for that matter, Africa, is a matter of when, not if. If the decision on when to launch 5G is often based on a number of factors, the decision on when to launch 5G is often based on a number of factors in the local market that reflect the readiness of operators to roll out 5G networks and readiness of customers, consumers, and enterprises to adopt 5G services and 5G-enabled solutions. As a government, we will work to ensure an enabling environment, to ensure that there is congenial environment to attract the necessary investment and facilitate the right use case for 5G. More fiber deployment and other complementary connectivity technology to ensure we are ready for the future. We need the best connectivity to take advantage of IoT, AI, and other digital transformation technology to ensure that we can develop the real sector of our economy. The next few days, we will be paying attention to the discussions that address these points, and we'll count on your honest input as we continue to build one of the most formidable and diverse modern and digitized economies. Ghana is not big enough for us all. It is the reason why I'm happy that the Secretary General of the AFCTA has been represented here. Our efforts should be geared to Africa as a market. We should learn to work among ourselves and also collaborate with our brothers and sisters on the continent so that we can scale up our innovations and solutions. I wish the conference fruitful deliberations. I look forward to learning about the recommendations from this event to grow our digital ecosystem and position our country, Ghana, as a leading innovation hub in the sub-region. Thank you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Augustine Blay. Another round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. That was good. All right, so we'll be moving into the next phase of the conference, much more detailed, a part where we're going to have a panel sit here, and then they're going to go into details, have more thought-provoking conversations still around the theme, driving digital financial inclusion in the real economy. But before that, we're going to have a 10-minute break so we can set up the place. We have some sort of coffee, set up at the back. So we're going to have all of us move outside, and then we will do that. But before that, I would like to invite Dr. Augustine Blay on stage, joined by all the speakers that we've had so far. We're going to have a number of photos, then we'll move into the next session. So please. Right, so all the speakers, the CEOs and their deputies, please join him here, and let's do that. Whilst they set up, I'll also like to quickly acknowledge some of our sponsors: Vodafone Cash, Huawei, ZPay Ghana Limited, Mobile Money Limited, Stanbic Bank Ghana Limited, Airtel Tigo Money, People's Pension Trust, IT Consortium, Opportunity International Savings and Loans, B-Box Limited, and then our media partners, Joy News, Graphic News Plus, and ABC News Ghana. Let me also remind all of us that we are live on all the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications platforms. We're live on Facebook. We're live on YouTube, I guess. Yeah. Right. The Nkambom Cultural Group, Nkambom Cultural Group is still outside. They'll be giving us some beautiful local music as we all move outside to have our coffee break. It's just for 10 minutes, so please don't be in a rush to leave. We are back here after 10 minutes to meet the panel and have some more thought-provoking conversations around digital financial inclusion in the African ecosystem. Thank you.
This is the future mobile money, Huawei FinTech.
What does money mean to you?
It means convenience. It gives me the ability to do business at my own pace.
It allows me to live my life with ease and enjoy my lifestyle without interruptions.
Security. I can make investments I can trust, and I know exactly where my money is all the time.
Having the flexibility to do what I want to.
The feeling and peace of mind I get knowing I can safely receive remittances from my family and friends from the comfort of my home. Money means safety.
Money means so many things to so many people, but no matter what you use it for or what it may mean to you, money is the one thing that keeps us going and makes our lives a little bit brighter. So what does money mean to you? Just Momo it.
MTN.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
Are all student association contributions?
Even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh! He too?
Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly where the money goes. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Oh, Araba!
Chango for your groupings and crowdfunding.
Yeah.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
Are all student association contributions?
Even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh! Too? Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly where the money goes. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Uncle, my father is hiding under the bed.
Oh, Araba.
Chango for your groupings and crowdfunding.
Auntie Dede. Dial star 715 hash.
Oh, again?
Yes, again, because I know what's coming.
Oh, Auntie Dede, see, my data is finishing. Try my hotspot.
Dial star 715 hash.
To buy airtime.
Dial star 715 hash.
Send money to the workers.
Dial star 715 hash.
Even the boys' night out.
Just dial star 715 hash and get things done.
Huh?
You don't need data to bank with Stanbic. With Stanbic, imagine all the 1,001 ways you can bank without the internet. Or stressing me out.
Auntie Dede.
Social distancing.
To register, visit stanbicbank.com.gh and click the service request button, or send a message on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram at Stanbic Bank GH. You can also call us on 0302 815 789.
Miss Dion.
Abedimpo, Kwamiko Fikinata.
I see hope in your eyes. People fall and they rise. Make you no worry about the things you know we change. The things you know we do today. You go do them tomorrow.
Ooh, wow. This girl's got talent. You too can change your world, and it's affordable with Airtel Tigo data bundles.
Make it a rhythm inside your body. You be the winner, and I go tell you.
Airtel Tigo. Life is simple.
I'm going far from home and out of my own. I'll be learning to cope. Every place that I go, I wanna put a smile on your face, whether home or far away.
We are here for you as you help others along the way through the highs and lows of life. Let's get the world smiling again. Receive MoneyGram directly into your ZPay mobile money wallet.
Sorry for the interruption, but due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided wa obesumami bia metal afemuntien carbohydrate na monshanenso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice, 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe, 80 pesos for kenke tamai and the other cow, 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what, just get me water.
For sachet water 30 pesos, for bottled water 50 pesos. Oh, Moka has a Vodafone cash. I'm the mama free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial star 110 hash to send money today.
Hey, Enti fufu be say fufu by this time. And you say when you be ni, usika na hye.
Vodafone.
This is the future mobile money, Huawei FinTech.
What does money mean to you?
It means convenience. It gives me the ability to do business at my own pace.
It allows me to live my life with ease and enjoy my lifestyle without interruptions.
Security. I can make investments I can trust, and I know exactly where my money is all the time.
Having the flexibility to do what I want to.
The feeling and peace of mind I get knowing I can safely receive remittances from my family and friends from the comfort of my home. Money means safety.
Money means so many things to so many people, but no matter what you use it for or what it may mean to you, money is the one thing that keeps us going and makes our lives a little bit brighter. So what does money mean to you? Just Momo it.
MTN.
I have been working for the past 22 years.
5 years.
The conference will be, in fact, if you look behind me, you realize that the change, there's been some change on the stage. We have chairs here. We have some chairs here. What's going to be happening is that we're going to have a panel, and then there'll be a moderator. We're going to go a little deeper into the conversations. This is more of a discussion. So sit back, brace yourselves, fasten your seatbelts, because the discussion is about to get more insightful. I'd like to welcome, in fact, let's all welcome with a round of applause, Dr. William Durban, who happens to be the chair of Financial Inclusion Forum Africa. Yeah.
Okay, good. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Still good morning, or good afternoon, just 10:12. So thank you very much and welcome to our panel sessions. As we heard from the discussions before then, or the speeches that were read, innovation is really increasing at a very rapid pace. And it seems to me that there is a kind of a nexus between cloud services that are now more available, the platforms that Dr. Blade spoke about, all the, communication platforms, and the reducing prices of devices. And this has created, at least in our minds, new opportunities of innovation for us. But what are the new trends? What are the new opportunities that are afforded to Africans, and what are some of the challenges? So I don't know all the answers, but I know a distinguished panel that do. So I would want to invite up on stage our distinguished panel. We have Arnold Kavapo, who is the MD for Stack AI. Then we have Angela Womola from the GSMA. Then we have Judith Adumoab Bosman from Vodafone Cash. I think we've already seen her on the screen. Then we have Obin Enin from the MasterCard Foundation. And Kofi Poli from People's Pensions Trust. Okay, thank you very much, panelists. I would like to start off with Arnold here. So Arnold, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the organization that you run? And then what are some of the exciting technologies or technology trends that are transforming our continent?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Arnold Kavapo. I'm a co-founder and managing director for Stack AI. Stack AI, it's an AI-led financial infrastructure which uses APIs to connect to mobile money platforms, e-commerce platforms, and payment service providers. One of the main problems that we've identified is that there's $400 billion unmet financial need for SMEs. Since we are talking about SME space, we think that, since we are talking about the real sector, we think that this is most prudent at this stage. One of the key challenges that SMEs face is access to funding. And with current the current financial model, Africa currently has the second highest cost to asset ratios, which means that in order to deliver financial services, it's really very expensive to do so. And a big part of it is because we don't have a very well-developed infrastructure. So 9 out of 10 Africans do not have a credit score. And then we're still struggling with basic things like KYC, know your business, distribution, and other systems like that. And so what we have done is actually to develop an infrastructure, an asset-light infrastructure that's able to connect to multiple platforms and be able to deliver financial services at a fraction of the cost. We're already using some of these new technologies, starting with our platform is made up of 3 key components. There's a data aggregation component, which leverages cloud technology and also big data to be able to connect with market ecosystems and then large data sets. The second part of it is the credit engine, which uses AI, machine learning to be able to predict credit risks, portfolio mandates, and so on and so forth. And the third part of it is with regards to the core banking infrastructure, where we're able to create financial assets generate reporting, and be able to manage assets on the back of that. Now, beyond what we do at Stack AI, there are lots of technologies that's also taking place. We've all heard about ChatGPT, which is an aspect of language processing for AI. What we're beginning to learn is that with some of these new technologies, things like writing code can actually become a function that is played by specifying. So rather than the coder, a developer writing code, the main goal could actually be that they are they specialize in specifying the requirements and actually rely on AI to produce the language that is well understood by computers. We're also seeing new developments in the area of Internet of Things. We are seeing things like the blockchain technology, which is helping to provide more transparency in the delivery of financial services. We're seeing some work being done, to a lesser extent, but in the area of quantum computing, which should naturally reduce the time spent to produce, for one to run simulations better, and also to reduce the time it takes to be able to deliver these. And of course, on top of all of these things is also the processing speed that's required to enable all of this technology. And so we're seeing the rise of 5G technology and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I just downloaded ChatGPT and it's amazing. I think a lot of college students will be able to do a lot of their assignments when you just type in a question. But it's an amazing tool. Angela, I want to come to you next. If you can just tell us a little bit about what you do, but also focus on the 5G, the data, the power that we need for all these sort of new ideas that are coming up.
Thank you very much. So what we do as the GSMA and principally in the region is just making technology, leveraging it to transform our lives. I mean, that's the essence of it, because technology in itself means nothing. But for us, particularly in Africa, it is a key and a means to transforming our lives and just being part of the society as opposed to being a spectator. With technologies, we are part of the team. We can actually now play on the team and do something. And we've seen it with fintech. So it's not really about the technology, but what you can do with the technology. And that's the question we need to be asking ourselves, even as we evolve to 4G, 5G, and beyond. How can technology help us help our people? So if Africa has leapfrogged the rest of the world with fintech, we have defined what fintech is, and nobody even understands how we have run away with it, because we have made it work for us. It's solving our problems. We can be able to send money to our peers. We can be able to pay for government services. We can be able to do businesses from your little home, using the technology and the access to technology, social media platforms and all that. So I think for us, in terms of even just, continuing from where he stopped off, I think the biggest thing of the century for us is that as Africa, and as the Vice President's message was, that we can build a platform economy. And the platform economy he mentioned was that similarly to the way Uber has built a platform where you're connecting drivers with people who want transport, or Airbnb has connected people with houses and homes to those who need a house and a home. We are doing the same with our technology, which is mobile. We're building a platform that allows citizens to connect to government, or citizens to connect with businesses, or citizens to connect with other people. And therein, in the middle, you can build all sorts of economies. We've done the fintech. We're going to do education, because I think that's coming through. We've seen in Ghana, you're digitalizing your properties in order to allow e-commerce to thrive. So it is an enabler. And now where we come in with, say, 5G. 5G is simply an evolution of technology. And I want you to look at it in the form of, say, your phone. You've moved from the initial iPhone 3, iPhone 4, iPhone 5, iPhone 6. Now we're at iPhone 14. Similarly to that is 3G, 4G, 5G is simply an evolution of technology. The higher and the more you go, you're just evolving the technology to deliver more power consumption, more energy efficiency. So as you load more apps, you use less power. And that's what we need. Because for us to lower the cost of the affordability of services, you need to stop using the obsolete technology, because in itself, it's consuming a lot of power. It's not able to cover a wider number of people. So you're building more for covering just a few people. So I think we need to adopt technology, not for the purpose of technology, but in order to evolve services at a cost that our people can be able to afford. And therein lies the solution, because then we can transform lives. Therein, each and every person in our society can participate in anything at agriculture, health, transport, whatever it is you want to do, our role is to provide the platform and build the economy on it.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Let me just press you a little bit on that in terms of the coverage. Talked about 5G. Now, I was looking at some of the coverage maps that we have also from the GSMA. And for some of the countries, I mean, Ghana seems to be well covered, up to, I think, about 4G. But some of the countries, they are still at 2G, 3G level. So what will it take, in your mind, for us to get that level of connectivity in these areas so that they can benefit from all the wonderful things that we are talking about?
So the biggest barrier, as we know it, for our people is affordability. So we know it's the affordability not only of the services, but also of the devices. In order to partake of the digital economy and the platform economy, you definitely need the device. In order to use even 3G, you need a 3G device. And that is where we have remained stuck as Africa, because we haven't been able to crack the challenge in the affordability of the devices. So what we've seen is that the rest of the world has continued to evolve and benefit from the advantages of technology evolving, but we've been stuck at 2G because we've remained with the phone. So the phone is our biggest hindrance. Now, therefore, the question is, find a solution on the affordability of the device. Because we will evolve to 6G and beyond, but we're still stuck at how can we get a 3G device at $50? And yet people are now on 5G. So at what point in time will we start talking about a 5G device? So I think now we need to reverse the problem and say it's about time that the IP constituent, which is 30% of the cost of the smartphone, has been around for quite a long time now, over a decade. Perhaps, radically thinking, pharmaceuticals did this. Big Pharma. They said Africa could not get the drugs because the cost of the IP was so high, and we ended up with generic drugs. Isn't it about time we started thinking about Africa in terms of help us crack the issue of affordability of devices? If we can somehow eliminate that big cost for our people, there is no reason why the private sector is not ready today and now to invest in 5G and leapfrog, because it's not about the technology. You will still get the same service, but better, more efficient. Your phone will stop drying out its battery power in a second because the services have evolved with the technology.
Well, thank you very much. That's an eye-opener for me, and I think we have some device manufacturers in the audience, so maybe you are taking note. And I do like the point that we need to start talking about devices and the affordability of the devices. So I'll just go on to Judith, who works for Vodafone, so you are sort of the right person to talk about what is going on. But I think for me, Vodafone has always been at the cutting edge, it seems to me, of new technologies, and it would be good for you to share with us what is next on your horizon, what are the sort of things you are working on, given the challenges that we've mentioned here.
Thank you very much. So Vodafone being a technology company, for us, it is in our interest to evolve the technology, just like Angela said. So it's not enough to have the technology, but engage in partnerships. And I'll talk about offering credit, right? So using new tools like machine learning, AI to offer credit services. Vodafone, for example, launched an overdraft service for our customers last year, where we allow customers to borrow to complete transactions. So the customer is not actually cashing out the funds, but using it for a transaction, which means that the customer actually needs the funds at the time that he's requesting for the funds. Today, mobile money has actually gone beyond cash in, cash out, and we are looking at ways in which we'll develop innovative products to improve on the lives of individuals and also the economy as a whole. So apart from credit facilities, you can talk about agri-tech, where we have partnerships with the likes of Farmerline, AgroFresh, where they use payments or technology to be able to help farmers tag farm lines, give them information to be able to improve their yields, and even give them advice on how to employ better farming. We also have improvements in health tech, where we are using AI and we are using other tools to be able to offer health consultancy services outside, remotely. So today you have services where a doctor can engage a patient from their homes and be able to provide the same services that they would have provided if the patients walked into a clinic, for example.
So just question on that. So with those services, are they being provided by Vodafone, or is it the fact that you are providing data to make that happen?
So we are providing data, we are providing payments. I think in the Vice President's representative speech, he talked about the fact that we should try to avoid working in silos. And so for all partnerships and collaborations to be able to offer good services for our customers as well as for other organizations who would need to use technology to be able to improve on their services.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I want to move on to Obeng. Obeng, if you can tell us a little bit about what you do, and also just touch on some of the interest in your line of work. What are the new ideas that you are hearing in technology?
Yeah, thank you. So I work with the MasterCard Foundation, where we have an ambitious goal to give access to 3 million youth. We are trying to give them access to dignified and fulfilling jobs by 2030. From where I sit at the innovation portfolio in the MasterCard Foundation, what we do is we unearth catalytic solutions that can propel economic development, right? So what we do specifically is we design programs, very inclusive programs that will bring the youth on board to share their ideas with us. One of the programs we are currently designing with UNDP, which will be launched very soon, is called the Young African Innovate, where we are trying to reach out to the youth in the rural communities who may not have any level of education, may not be digital competent to apply to funds. How can we handhold these people to apply to funds and innovate based on their solutions? How can we help you to have solutions to scale beyond Ghana? In our line of work, when it comes to the digital economy, we also try to look at the emergent sectors and emerging technologies. So one of the key things we are trying to do now is we see the potential Web3 provides for the youth here in Ghana. For example, based on a report by the US-Indian Association, there was a report that by 2030, the Web3 can generate over 1 trillion in GDP to the global economy. Now, we sitting here in Ghana, what can we do to preemptively equip the youth to be better positioned to take these opportunities? So as we sit here, the foundation is already conducting a scoping exercise where we are able to understand the opportunities, the gaps, what we can do, and the skills needed to train the youth for them to leverage these opportunities. And when it comes to what the youth can do themselves, we also see a lot of opportunities in collaborating with other sectors, because what happens is we have a lot of youth who have good ideas, but the challenge is they really do not know where to go or where to leverage their networks to get support. So the foundation is also working with partners trying to strengthen the ecosystem for the youth to know wherever they can go to get the needed support for their businesses.
But what are some of the interesting ideas that the youth are coming up with? You have any? We want to find the next Bill Gates in this country.
Yeah, so we actually conducted experimentations in rural communities just to see if there are people in deeply deprived communities that have innovative ideas that can actually unlock economic opportunities. Now, one of the interesting ideas we got was from a lady in the Upper West region who is able to use the produce. When we peel potatoes, I don't know the name for it, but when we peel potatoes, the peels, she's able to use it to generate electricity, right? And this is a lady who is a school dropout. She dropped out of senior high school and needed support. Now, when we did our experimentation, we were able to see that, yes, there are some youth in Ghana who may not have the opportunity, but may have good ideas and may need support. We are also privileged to meet a young guy who had no formal education. I think he dropped out of basic school, but has been able to learn on his own, develop a software for crowdfunding. So these are some of the opportunities we have here in Ghana. We have a lot of talented youth, but there isn't a lot of opportunities for them to, get access to market, access to finance, and that's what we are trying to do to support them.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I hope that once you make these ideas known, you can publicize it, so some of us would also know that there are such people, that maybe there are supporters here in the audience that can actually help these young people develop their ideas. And I want to also go to Kofi. So again, you tell us a little bit about what you do, but also, I would say you are in the pensions industry, which is not an easy industry to be in. But are there some interesting ideas especially through technology, that are impacting the pensions business?
Thank you, William. So my name is Kofi Poli. I'm currently the Chief Operations Officer for People's Pension Trust. People's Pension Trust is a corporate trustee. We specialize in pension. But our focus is on the informal sector because, as we keep on saying, and listening to my colleague panelists is very interesting. I don't know if by design that I'm talking last. One, I'm not a tech person, so you hear me talk about the G's, the data, and the platforms. What excites me is to be able to take advantage of what they have to be able to sell my products. And it's quite interesting. Arnold talked about credit here and there. Judith was talking about helping farmers and all that. Obin was talking about the youth. Look, in the long run, all of us will grow old. And when we grow old, we need to survive. How do we survive? We need to put money down for our old age to reduce old age poverty. It's as simple as that. And therefore, it's important that whatever we do, we think about when and where we want to retire. And sometimes when I look at, let's talk about financial inclusion, my worry is that we seem to limit ourselves to credit and savings. Yes, if you give the SME credit and savings, yes, you do well. But in the long run, what happens? He's going to retire anyway.
He's going to grow.
Exactly. And then, so we must add pensions to it. For us, what excites us is that we are taking advantage of technology. And we think that we can even do more and better. For example, I started this business as far back as 2009 when Smith set up Smith Informal Sector Fund. We then had to use people to go around collecting money using the SUSU method, which are these serious challenges. Embezzlement, cost of operations being very high. Now, as we speak at People's Pension Trust, we are relying on payment platforms to be able to collect contributions, which has made it very easy for us. We are relying on technology to do onboarding. So we don't need to take pen and paper chasing people to do. We don't need physical structures to reach out to anywhere. Only 3 weeks ago, we launched our withdrawal, because by asking me, can withdraw part of your funds even before you go on retirement, where people through USSD can just withdraw their money. And it's interesting that if time will permit me, I'll tell a very interesting story that happened. This young guy closed work. According to him, when he closed work, he needed 10 cedis to go home. He felt so shy, he wouldn't ask his colleagues about, I need 10 cedis to go home. Then remember that, look, I've seen on the PPT USSD, there's a withdrawal. He does the USSD, he does the withdrawal, request for 10 cedis, bingo, 10 cedis on his phone. Now he's able to go home and very happy. So these are some of the things that we think that we need to partner with all these people we are talking to. And I think that one of our challenges has been how they will understand our business. I mean, you could see everybody talking about farmers, credits. They never mention pension. Please mention pension. You get there. You get it.
Well, thank you very much, Kofi. But I want to, for all the panel, I want to dig a little bit deeper about the barriers. We've talked about some of the exciting things that are out there, and I know that Angela has mentioned devices, and we'll come back to that in a bit more detail. So I just want to start from Kofi, from yourself. You just mentioned one of the challenges, but let's just go deeper to these challenges for adoption, because if we don't get people to adopt this technology, that transformation will not happen. So what are the, in your line of work and what you've seen, what are some of the big challenges or barriers that you see to adoption?
I look at it from two angles, because one, we want to reach out to the members, so we have a challenge there in terms of barriers. And then two, we want to partner with the tech people to be able to get there. And there also, I see a bit of a barrier. There, with the partners, the barrier we see is that they don't try to understand our business very well, especially the angle of revenue. And therefore, they find it difficult really to understand what we want from them and how they can structure, especially the revenue angle. And so we go into partnership, and after a few years, they want to pull out. Look, I can assure everybody that pension is a good business, just as a long-term business. So don't be scared. Judith. There's money. There's a lot of money. You make money, don't worry. So that's the angle that I see from the partnership side. With the members, it had to do with trust. It had to do with trust. I must say it has improved drastically. But when we started, there was all this kind of mobile money fraud thing, and then people were not ready to do it at all. Look, you take money from my wallet. So trust was a big issue. Number two was also the understanding how it's going to benefit them. Because I think Judith mentioned that some of them were just for receiving and cashing out, paying money, not understanding that this is a good opportunity for me to use it to pay services, like, say, pension. And so the main barrier was trust. The other one was educate them to understand the benefit they will get when they go through technology.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I'll just skip over to Judith because your name has been mentioned twice. But also, it's more on what you mentioned around affordability, the revenue. You run a business. You are not a charity, you run a business. So are there revenues in this area? Do you see that there's a potential for commercial, revenue, or is that a barrier that we feel that we can't make money in this sector, therefore we will not go in there?
There is a potential, but I think where we find ourselves today, the focus should be driving technology out there to be able to create solutions. So I will talk about the fact that the focus should not be revenue. In Ghana today, we have support from governments to have data. So we have the data roaming, and then we have the rural telephony project. So that is also helping us to be able to reach areas that in the past we were not able to reach. Also, to add to the challenges that Kofi mentioned, we need to be able to invest in people. So we're being talked about the fact that they do give some support to youth who are ready to be able to go into areas such as this. For mobile money, the biggest issue has always been around fraud. And so today you still have people who will tell you they don't even want to receive money on their wallets, or they don't want to use their wallets at all because they have been engaged in one fraud or the other. We also have instances where people do not even understand the products that we are throwing to them. I talk about the fact that adoption is very low. And so today, for most of us, we are churning products and we don't even think whether the consumer would understand the message that we are giving them. And so we churn very great products, but adoption becomes very low, which is what we need today, right? So I believe we have to go back to the basics where we are getting our people to understand how they should use their wallets. Today you will have people who work to agents and still hand over their mobile phones to the agents to be able to do withdrawals or other things, and indirectly they do not know that they are exposing themselves. And some of these things have led to people deterring from using the services. So I think education is key. We need to be able to build trust amongst our users. We also need to make sure that the technology that we are talking about is out there and available for people to use.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. You've mentioned the issue of trust and education. So I would have thought that we being a young population, the youth are more sort of digitally savvy because they are born in the digital age. And Obin, I just want to come to you because your organization focuses on the youth, and you look after digital for that. So what are you doing to ensure that the youth that you focus on are actually digitally aware so that they can adopt some of the digital products that Judith and others are coming up with?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'll first look at the challenges and how we are contributing to solving these challenges. So when it comes to the digital economy, I think the major challenges which most of our speakers have already talked about tackling, actually in four folds. We do have the infrastructure challenge, we have the skills challenge, we have the devices and connectivity, and to cut the overarching challenge of all this is affordability, right? So what we think for the foundation, what we've been doing over the years has been strengthening the youth. So one of the key things we've done under the digital economy portfolio is we've actually trained over 80,000 youth and transitioned over 15,000 of them to jobs. Now, besides that, one of the key challenges I think is hindering how we want to move is how we work as an organization and how we work with other partners. There are several organizations here who are also doing something in this regard. I remember the Deputy Minister mentioned training 5,000 women. The challenge here is we all seem to work in silos, and one of the challenges that is making our impact not felt is as we work, we don't actually have any form of competency framework. Everyone at all can just go to a location and conduct a training. In the end, we don't know which competency level was assessed for these people. If we can drive a policy direction that says that for, let's say, a youth in a rural community within the ages of, let's say, 5 to 10, you should have this level of competencies before you can do some things. Then we can see that the impact we are making is a bit holistic and we are all contributing towards these challenges. The other challenges with devices is we conducted a survey in the various universities late last year just to inform a program we kicked off last month. During the survey, we wanted to find out the challenges students were facing when it comes to device and connectivity, and we realized that most students were having a lot of challenges in procuring laptops to study. Out of the 5,000 students we interviewed, we had over 70% of them either using borrowed computers, borrowed internet, or even having to go to the school lab. Interestingly, when we went to University of Ghana just to see how students use their devices, we realized that of all the labs in the university, the student-to-device ratio was 60 students is to one device. Now, based on this, the foundation launched a board program which we call the ROAD program, which is removing obstacles to accessing devices, digital devices. And with this program, we are actually working with Vodafone, where we intend to provide 100,000 devices to students and farmers. And with these devices, it also comes with bundled free connectivity for a year. We've started a proof of concept with the 4 major universities, which eventually will be scaling up to other institutions. So these are what we are doing as a foundation to mitigate some of these challenges.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Bing. Angela, if I may just press you a little bit about the affordability, because you mentioned it first about devices, and the foundation is giving them for free, I suppose, out at the moment. But I think you sort of touched briefly on the sustainability of that. So how can we, what will it take? Do we have to start producing devices in Africa for our own people?
So governments are thinking of that. Many governments have woken up to the fact that we have to solve our own problem. And so you see very many initiatives across the continent on people beginning to build, manufacturing their own devices. But we've seen that no matter whichever direction you look at it, the price point will land at $50. Best case, $45, which is still way unaffordable for everybody, the majority of our population. And so I think we need the sustainability, is being figured out, and the intent, even we've seen with evidence now that with solutions of credit scoring and credit financing, people are willing to buy the phones themselves because they understand that there is more value that they will get in being part of the digital economy. And that's one of the things we need to demystify as a continent, because largely people have bucketed our problems in, say, 3 or 4 spaces: affordability, digital literacy, and relevancy or local content. Now let's demystify that, okay, as barriers. We're a youthful continent. Our youth have figured out how to create content. I mean, if you look at one writer I've read online talked about that the amount of content coming out of Nigeria through Niger, forget about what they've called it as Nollywood, through Niger is bigger than Bollywood and Hollywood. Wow. We've figured it out. We know it. Then secondly, because we are youthful, I mean, honestly, our youth do not need to be told how to use a smart device. The rest of us who are ending up in the pension area, perhaps. However, if you give us that device, we can figure it out. Because we already do *254#6, and no, using that even now.
It's rather *789 *111 hash.
That one, Now, with that one, already the people who want that pension have figured out digital literacy. So I think digital literacy can be cracked. It's not insurmountable. content, as we've said, is not insurmountable. Whether it's agri, the farmer will figure out the content they will have. Give them the tool. They will figure out the content, because we've seen it in the area of fintech, and we've seen it in the area of entertainment and social media. People will put content. That's not our problem. So our problem, therefore, goes back to the main thing. Lower the cost of the devices. So I think in addition to building manufacturing, because it creates job opportunities, and we can begin to build our manufacturing aspect in the continent, how about we just remove duties from phones as our own contribution to our own problem? So once the world sees that we are solving that problem by removing duties on importation of devices, then now they can also give back and say, remove therefore that IP cost. Because once then we have that affordability of the device, we'll sort out digital literacy, we'll sort about content, we will begin to participate in the digital economy, and it's a win-win for everybody.
Oh, thank you very much. Let it be said that it was first said at MT4D that the taxes on phones should be removed across the continent. But I think it's a great idea, because we are going around trying to find either free phones or find some way of paying for phones, when actually the costs of the phones are due to other factors. And so I think it's something that we should note as a conference. Arnold, I just want to come to you in terms of infrastructure. I think Obeng mentioned it briefly. So what are the infrastructure challenges? Once we've got the device free and cheap, not free but cheap for people, what about the infrastructure?
No, thank you, Doc. And I'll just say a few things. Mentioning Kofi. So Kofi mentioned that, we're not paying too much attention on the pensions, and I may also add insurance space. Yeah. I think those are two areas that have always occupied my mind, primarily because I started my financial journey in insurance. So I spent 7 years working in insurance before actually moving into the, the banking and then the fintech space. And so it's something that I've always thought about, how can we get more people to actively participate within the formal financial sector through the lens of pensions, through the lens of insurance. And one thing that you would actually find is that, again, through technology, let's say Internet of Things and stuff like that, you could actually be able to better predict, premiums and stuff like that. So these things are not mutually exclusive. Okay. The technology becomes an enabler to actually make it easier for you to better target, and also to come back to the issue of affordability, to be able to price fairly for the value or the service that you render. And Doc, so the question about infrastructure generally, every modern financial system relies on, there's a backbone on which it runs on. You can develop the technology, you can develop the products, and yet still be unable to reach those customers. And one of the key things are the bit about KYC. I mentioned that in passing. We've done quite well as a country in terms of our national identification, what we've actually been able to achieve with that. We're also doing very well when it comes to the national address system. Now, these are the base requirements for us to be able to determine who an individual is. Mm-hmm. Beyond that, you then need to be able to even go deeper. So this in the area of, and we've also done well in the area of payments. So what we've done with mobile money has actually isolated transactions between people, and with those transactions leave some digital footprints that make a lot of sense that you can actually use to do analytics to be able to create some meaning on the back of that. But then also important is how well we report and how well we ensure that we are not just creating products and solutions and customer engagements in silos, that there is some layer of, a back-end understanding of who is accessing these products, what kind of intelligence can we gain, what are they using these products and services for. So the bit around the credit reference bureau is also still an important problem, because it's really difficult to, everybody is waiting to create their own data and then use that data to be able to offer products and service. So that means that we are totally ignoring all the work that's been done previously in either educating this new customer segment or in actually offering them solutions and seeing how they've actually operated on the back of that. So for me, the key elements that we need to really work on are the bit about KYC and also KYB, which is businesses. We don't understand businesses well enough. And so the work we are trying to do with reaching the real sector and reaching SMEs always goes to a certain extent, but we don't quite get there. Because we get to a point where any additional service you offer becomes prohibitive from a cost point of view, because we've tried with a microfinance concept, we've tried with the branchless banking and a host of other services, but it always looks like we get to a point, but we don't quite get there. And so there is a lot of work that I think needs to be done on the business front. But like my colleagues have said, the bit around coverage, so network availability, the devices that are available at the hands of people. Look, there's only so much you can do on USSD. You can provide basic services, but beyond that, it becomes very difficult to be able to build on top of that. And that is why at Stack AI, we are not only thinking about developing standalone products, but we're also thinking about developing embedded solutions. So wherever there is a consumer offering, wherever there's a business offering, we're able to embed financial solutions and then all the tools that are being talked about here on top of those products.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I'm a great believer in Africa, so I don't want to end on our challenges. I want to end on a positive note. Sometimes every time we hear about Africa, we go very deep into our problems. But I honestly believe that there are lots of opportunities, on the continent. The fact that we have a youthful population is great. It's such a huge opportunity for us as a continent. So I just want to go around. I'll start with Kofi to look at what do you see as the greatest opportunity, in terms of tech development for us on the continent. I've said youth, but I think even for pensions, you want the young people to start putting the money down. You don't want the money when we are already old and retired. The money is finished. So you want even them to start. So landing on a positive note, what are the big opportunities that you see in the area?
I like stories, so let me start with a story. So we met this guy at Swami, young boy, around 25. And after educating him about pension, he said, oh, this is very nice. This is something I want to do. So we said, okay, if you register, can you pay 100 cedis a month? He said, Master, no, I can't pay 100. But I'm ready to pay you 20 cedis a day.
He's a strong mathematician.
No, because he lives by the day. He makes money for the day and spends the day. And basically that's how our informal sector works. And that's how the youth are working. The youth that are coming to the gig economy, they don't have time to wait for a man to make money. They make money by the day. And therefore, for us, the advantage and opportunity we have here is that, assuming this guy has opportunity to go on his phone and say every day, 23 should be swept off my mobile wallet and pay into my pension, it becomes part of him. And then we don't have a challenge, somebody going to him to ask, or he now having to initiate it. And that is what we have observed, that if we can push that aspect using the payment platform, the technology we are talking about, then it becomes very easy. Because whether we like it or not, pension is not part of anybody's mental calculation. You wake up, you think about school fees, shoe to wear, the next brand of car you want to buy, you don't think about pension until it creeps on you. But when we get the youth to start something like that, where now becomes part of it, they don't even have to think about it, because they know that, look, once there's money in my mobile wallet, it will go into my pension account. I'm going to get a feedback, how much has been paid and all that. Then it becomes easy. Then we can talk about going forward, even reducing our dependency ratio. Yeah. So for us, we think that is why I'm very excited that we're having this conversation. And I think that from here, all of us need to sit somewhere and see how we can break the silos and work together.
No, I think it's a good point. Many of us, we would not be paying pensions if it weren't for work. Yeah. And we pay because our work pays the pensions. If we're supposed to pay it voluntarily, that would have been a challenge for most of us. So thanks for that. Obi?
Yeah, so for me, I think the major opportunity is in fintech, in the digital payment space. A recent report by IFC even showed that out of the 5 billion venture capital investment in Africa in 2021, 63% went to fintech. That shows the promise the sector holds. Now, talking of fintech, I would like to also try to link it to one of the major sectors of Ghana, which is agri-tech. Agriculture contributes over 54% of our GDP, and we have a lot of opportunities in agriculture. However, we seem to have a different mindset. The youth have been, they've been, used to seeing sustenance farming, so they don't see any value in ag. But I can tell you the opportunities in ag, even if we leverage on fintech, is enormous. I'll give you a scenario. We did a survey for a program we're trying to develop called the Village Savings and Loan Associations. And when we went to the extreme rural communities, we noticed there were over 2,000 women who were working together, saving daily. And what happens is when they save, the monies are put in a box and locked with 4 padlocks, right? So we queried why they were not using mobile money or even going to the bank. One of the first comments we got from one of the women was, going to the bank is intimidating. They will only speak English. The second person we spoke to was, he didn't trust mobile money. He said, there are rumors that people are able to take the money from your account. And hence they believe. So I believe if we are able to educate these people more, to let them see the potential in using the digital tools, this is a huge opportunity for the youth. And imagine if 20,000 people are even saving 2 cedis a day. Just imagine the amount of money we are getting, saving informally, something that can contribute to our GDP. So I would rather focus on fintech and agri-tech, if you ask me. Thanks.
No, thank you very much for that. We have an ag tech session, I think after this or soon after this, so we'll learn more about that. And I also work for Opportunity International, and we have digitized the savings and loans process. So it's something that it's really showing promise. Judith, I'll come to you. I know that Obin has mentioned something about the mobile industry. So what are the opportunities that you see?
So I will still stress the opportunities within collaboration. Today we still have a huge population in Africa who are unbanked. So there are lots of people that we can reach out to. If you look at the representatives on this panel, we all present something that drives financial inclusion. I present the wallet, Obin presents support to the youth, Kofi brings in pensions, Arnold brings in credit, Angela brings in advocacy. So collaboration is very, very important. I think in the past we've been looking at what we provide on our own and competing with each other. We've gone past that stage. We need to come together and think as Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seems this panel here can solve all our problems. Thank you, Angela.
I think what my fellow panelists have already mentioned is, in another way of putting it, is that our people are not opposed to paying for anything, all right? So nobody's begging for anything here. They're even willing to pay more. So that is the lowest opportunity. I mean, the biggest opportunity, but also government digitalization is one aspect of bringing everybody on board. Because there are countries today who are saying that those who have already reached even their old age and are ready to receive their pension cannot receive it. Because at the time they took their records, when they were teachers, nurses, and participating in the economy, there was no, it's on paper. And they want to pay these people what they owe them. But they're not able to, number one, either find them, or number two, prove that the person who is claiming that money is the person who needs that money. So what you find is that, unfortunately, people pass on and they have all their money goes into unclaimed assets, which is such a shame. So the government digitalization is really a very low-hanging fruit. And obviously we applaud the amount of work that the government of Ghana has done. You're a leader in Africa in terms of getting a lot of the people on the digital economy, because once we figure out how these services are already there, it builds trust. Trust is the biggest barrier. And trust can be overcome with digitalization of more and more government services. And then people will pay for them however they want to pay them. Because now we in the private sector can now bring the products the way they like it, how they like it to them.
Thank you very much.
So when you look at the data currently, Ghana has something like 95% financial inclusion. So it means that we have adequate coverage. It's no longer an issue about access, but it's also now an issue of how do we create value on top of the assets that we'll be able to develop. At the policy level, we did the DFS policy, we did a national financial inclusion policy, we did a cashlight agenda policy. And each of these policies have major milestones that we need to meet as a country. And each of those policies address key elements that can actually deepen access. Because it's no longer just about the access cohesion, but there's a lot more that we have to do to actually make sure that that access is reaching the real economy, is reaching real people at the end of the day. So that's what I would add.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, panel, for this lively discussion. I think we've run out of time. I don't know whether we have any time for any questions or comments from the audience. But what I took out of this was collaboration and trust. Those were the two big words for me. And as I said, I'm a believer in Africa and everything that we are doing. I think the opportunities are there, and the challenges have been well noted. But I think with collaboration, greater collaboration, and trust, and building of trust, I think we can really make a difference. So thank you very much again, all of you, for joining us in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess you can go.
Another round of applause for...
Araba, there are some people I don't. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed...
All right, another round of applause for them. Very, very insightful conversations by Dr. William Deban and his panel. I was particularly excited when Kofi mentioned something about agri-tech, because that ushers us simply into our next set of panelists, ably moderated by Bobie Osei. Bobie is the Regulatory and Research Manager for Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. But before that, let's take some messages from our sponsors quickly, then we can mic the rest of the panelists for the next session. Thank you.
Auntie Dede.
Dial star 715 hash.
Oh, again?
Yes, again, because I know what's coming.
Oh, Auntie Dede, see, my data is finishing. Try my hotspot.
Dial star 715 hash.
To buy airtime.
Dial star 715 hash.
Send money to the workers.
Dial star 715 hash.
Even the boys' night out.
Just dial star 715 hash and get things done.
Huh?
You don't need data to bank with Stanbic. With Stanbic, imagine all the 1,001 ways you can bank without the internet. Or stressing me out.
Auntie Dede.
Social distancing.
To register, visit stanbicbank.com.gh and click the service request button, or send a message on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram at Stanbic Bank GH. You can also call us on 0302 815 789.
Yo, Abedimpo, I see hope in your eyes. People fall and they rise. Make you no worry about the things you know we change, the things you know we do today. You go do them tomorrow.
Ooh, wow. This girl's got talent. You too can change your world, and it's affordable with Airtel Tigo data bundles.
Make it a rhythm inside your body. You be the winner, and I go tell you.
Airtel Tigo. Life is simple.
I'm going
Me pussy who don't see me money fear. I wanna put a smile on your face, whether home or far away. The premier money fear.
We are here for you as you help others along the way through the highs and lows of life. Let's get the world smiling again. Receive MoneyGram directly into your ZPay mobile money wallet.
Abushafo, sorry for the interruption, but due to the...
My name is Bobby Osei. As it was said, I would like to thank Mr. Dr. William Debon for his session. Very insightful. Picked up a few things there. So the topic for discussion here is the role of digital financial services in agri-tech. I would like to broaden it to agriculture. And before this session started, I did a quick poll. A quick poll amongst the youth. I remember Dr. Debon spoke of the youthful population of Africa and how there's a lot of potential to be exploited. Now, I spoke to about 10 gentlemen in this building, asking them if they are in farming. I don't know what the percentage is, how many of them you believe will be in farming? 1, 2, 3? Well, the answer is actually 0. 0. All the young men I spoke to, about 9 or 10 of them said they are not in farming. Now, I spoke to about 6 women. I mean, forgive me, I was looking for a lot of them, I couldn't find them. Do you know how many of the women were in farming? Well, about 2 to 3. 2 to 3. One said she had 2 goats, so, you know, I mean, that also, you know. But it was interesting. I was like, wow, the young men are not in farming, but the ladies are, you know, a bit interested in it. So this discussion in itself, I feel is very important. I mean, as a young man, I myself am not in farming, but I've been very interested. Some of my friends are. And I feel that agriculture has never been very attractive for the youth. And tech as a platform, you know, digital financial services and the digital ecosystem being used to improve agriculture or all aspects of the agri value chain can, in a way, you know, bring the youth into the sphere. I'll stop with my introduction and allow my guests to actually introduce themselves. So if I can start with from my far right, if you can introduce yourself to the viewers as well as the audience we have here, we're very grateful.
My name is Chris Ajanyo. I work with Hopeline Institute. Hopeline Institute is an agri-business incubation center. We also provide private extension services to farmers. So you see me as a farmer, more like a farmer than anything.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. A round of applause for him, please, if we can get that. A round of applause. Thank you. We'll move on to the next person. If you can introduce yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Nicholas Nekwe. I work with the Agricultural Development Bank, and we provide financing for agri-businesses right from the production level through the entire agri-value chain until it lands on your table. And we've been doing that for 58 years now and still doing. I'm a farmer also by passion. And I do quite a lot of things besides that. Been into consulting for the agribusiness environment and product development and what have you. So I think this is the way to go, and agriculture is the future of the entire continent.
Now, one of the reasons why I didn't want to introduce them was that the next man, it took me about almost 20 minutes to go through his whole profile. You should go onto the website of the Ghana Communications Technology University, I believe, and read about his profile. So I'm going to allow him to introduce himself. A tall list, but very, very impressive as well. Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Professor Kwesi Keska. I'm the Dean for Faculty of Computing and Information Systems at Ghana Communications Technology University. I have 2 areas of specialization. My major is in cryptology, which is known as cybersecurity nowadays, but cryptology itself is a branch on its own. And I'm also into artificial intelligence. So I've worked at different levels. I will just make it brief in terms of agriculture also as well, in terms of applying cybersecurity and also artificial intelligence in that sector. I've served on different panels of United Nations, ITU, working on standards within the agricultural sector. Currently, we are looking at how we can apply artificial intelligence in agriculture and then how we can develop that sector so that it can cater for things from 2030 and beyond. And I've also served in IEEE working on standards and ACM. And then I've also implemented or I'm leading a team at Ghana Communication Technology University in digital agriculture, where we use artificial intelligence, IoT connectivity to develop systems that have to help us grow these foods and also understand the nutrients and everything in it, and how we can use artificial intelligence in working on soil sustainability and all those things. And we've been doing that for about 5 years now, that we use the computers to farm a very small sack to make sure we control all those things, and also into fintech, what has to do with cybersecurity. So I'll hold it here.
Now that's the summary. Please give a round of applause, please. It will take you about 10 minutes to run through it. And then the only lady on the panel, if you can introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Krobo Edusei. I'm the Managing Director of Eden Tree Limited. And Eden Tree Limited is 25 years old now. And I have been working with smallholder farmers. So my business has really been helped by the farmers, so they are very dear to my heart. Thank you.
And if you didn't add that you were a banker before you actually became
Yes, I was in banking before I became
Please, I need a louder round of applause for her, please. 25 years supporting smallholder farmers, and your passion always comes through whenever you're on a panel. Yes. Hopefully we get some great insights here. And then our final panelist.
Hi, my name is Wolali Senyo. I work with Farmerline. I'm head of corporate services. My job is that of brokering partnerships to scale solutions that we develop to smallholder farmers as well as local agribusinesses that we work with. I'm a trained agriculturist. I've been in the industry for the past 15 years, basically developing solutions, web, mobile, and how we can improve lives of farmers. And I'll be happy to be on the panel.
Great, awesome. Happy to have you. A round of applause for him too. Now, I'm sure if we ask all of you about your thoughts about the state of agriculture, not just in Ghana, but the whole of Africa, I don't know whether you'll be optimistic, a bit pessimistic, or you just be lukewarm. Because from my little reading around, it appears that smallholder farmers make up the majority of farmers on the continent, about 60%, not just in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in Ghana. But when you look at the contribution of agriculture to the economy as a whole, you find that it is not that high. Currently in Ghana, we're looking at about 19.9%. If you go into the budget, about 20%, while services and industry, takes the lead. So why is it that I want my panelists to answer this. Why is it that agriculture, the one thing that feeds us, the one thing that employs a lot of us, continues to be underdeveloped? As we know, in February last year, the Russia-Ukraine war started. And as a result of that, these two countries and the power they hold over the export of wheat and other things led to shortages in Ghana and other parts of Africa. Very embarrassing. 60% of the arable land in the world is in Africa, but we can't feed ourselves. Now, why do you think that is? That's a starter for this conversation before we go into the role of digital financial services in agriculture as a whole. I don't know whether you like to start with that.
Okay, thanks. So in development economics, for agrarian economies, you see that contribution to GDP is quite high. But as you begin to diversify, the real value of production tends to decline. So in a sense, it's good, but then the important thing is what is the real contribution that we're seeing from production to the economy of the country. The biggest part that we should rather be looking at is to what extent are we adding value to our raw productions. And that's where the conversation should be, tailoring. But the challenges that face agriculture, I think, are multifaceted and also interlinked. Beyond what you just mentioned with it was COVID, and then we had the Russia-Ukraine war. And I think one of the biggest challenge that is also affecting us is because a lot of our fertilizer we use is imported. All right, so, and prices from FOB to the retails actually double, multiply more than 300%. So smallholder farmers who have like 2 acres probably need 5 bags of NPK for their field, cannot afford. They will just buy one and use for that. And our average consumption is less than 15 kilograms per hectare, and they recommended for real productivity is about 50 kg bags per hectare. So we are already not producing. So there are so many multifaceted problems. Not to talk about the big elephant in the room, which is climate change. Now, our agriculture is rain-fed, right? And so weather patterns have changed. Now you are having, rains are coming earlier than expected, short period, and then prolonged droughts. So it has several factors that really contribute to the challenges that we face. So that's what I would say. Okay. But then there are also technologies that are evolving, and then it's about making them accessible to smallholders and leveraging tools that can make that happen.
We'll be getting to that part of the conversation. Now, Madam Dusay, I know that you have a huge passion for smallholder farmers. Now, from your 25 years of experience, if you sit back and scan the environment, what is plaguing our ability or hindering our ability to be able to transform ourselves using agriculture? I mean, services is doing amazing work. Industry is also doing its part, but agriculture, from your perspective, what is affecting us? What is stopping us from, maximizing or optimizing the benefits that this particular sector can provide to us?
My simple answer is that we have not been focused on agriculture. We talk about it, but there's not much investment in agriculture. And I'm glad we are now asking questions on how we integrate MT4D into the agri sector, because largely we have overlooked them. Okay, the age of a farmer right now is about 50 plus. Okay, the youth are not in there because it's not interesting. The methods is still the
cake,
cutlasses and hoe. So that whole sector has been overlooked. But the truth of the matter is, for all of us in this room, there's one thing that we have in common. What is it? Is that we eat food. Where does food come from? From the farmers. So it is time that we begin to look at how we can also offer services to the smallholder farmers, because they cannot afford the 4Gs, the 3Gs, all the technological, big things that are happening now. They can't afford it. But what do we do? How do we bring them up? How do we grow more food?
How do we come up with tailor-made solutions that would benefit them and also benefit us as a whole?
Yes. We really need to bring them up. Not just that, but we also need to encourage the youth, make it attractive for the youth to also come in and take over from the elderly.
Great. Now, Prof, I know that I'm sure you've put some time in analyzing this problem and where we are and what we need to do to get out of this rut we find ourselves. Because the conversation has been happening for years on end. If you read our documents, there are policy documents out there making recommendations, panels such as these that get put together. There's a lot of conversation. But when the time comes for us to take the needed action, it appears we are not able to do that. From where you sit, what's your unique perspective regarding the low performance when it comes to agriculture for Africa and as well as Ghana?
Yeah, I think it's governance. That's the major problem, the leadership in terms of government. And I think they will have to rethink in that direction. Because we have two approaches that you can use to get interest of people in something. One, their existing need, and two, you have to create the need. Yes, then you can get things running. So let's move down locally. So for example, if a DCE in a particular district, and I realize that they can produce a lot of yam, okay, then it's my responsibility as government worker to see how best can I connect these farmers, their produce to other sectors. Can we increase the volume? what can we do to improve it? Then we work on that. And can we produce certain things that we can get interest of people into the products of the farm, of the yam, so that we can sell it to them and make sure we create some kind of value and chain of the product that the farm, the yam that we are coming out with is very important. Now, government too have to take an interest in it, because if we import too much food into the system and we don't produce, it's not good for us, because we are killing skills in agriculture as one, which is not good for our future. Now, two, the quality of food that we are importing might not be good for us per se, and you realize the tomato that we produce is also not, we consume more, it's not that good for us.
Not to cut you, a leader I know once mentioned that he found himself having chicken that had been stored for close to 20 years somewhere. You know,
yes,
in the
and we also don't have monitoring mechanisms. We don't also test the chickens that are
Sorry, let me try and get you this mic. Yes, if you can pass the mic on to him.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we also don't test the food that we store to see whether they are of good quality. You know, my field is computer science, not in agriculture, even though I found when I was young. And now I'm applying agriculture to computing to agriculture, which is actually the future. So maybe when we come to that side, I always ask my students these questions: that do they believe that they belong to the kitchen? You know, it's something that they always say that, no, especially the ladies, that you don't belong to the you don't belong to the kitchen and kind of a thing. So I always ask them that question, and I listen to them. So
this is for both male and female, right?
Yeah, sure. But first, try to move it towards the ladies, because they will have to change that mentality. So I let them understand that if you are successful in computer science, and then you build algorithms, systems for other side of, and then you work very hard, you come home, or you eat outside, and the quality of food that you eat is not good for the body. Because right now, if you go onto the street, when you look at what they cook, we can say that at least 70 to 80% of the food is not always good for the body in terms of consumption. And you are not able to consume food very well. It affects the way you think. Your entire body, the machinery that you are dependent on to do every daily activity is affected. Health.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, and a whole lot of things. So the food is very important. What we for now, what we consume in terms of food for the body, it's very, very. They should take the kitchen life very serious for both guys and then so that they know what to eat. Because balanced diet is not dependent on what it's not fixed. It's dependent on what your body needs at a particular time and what is missing in the body. So
for you in all of this, leadership of government is key in transforming agriculture as we have it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of creating the needs and other things. And then also realizing that we are losing a lot in terms of the amount of tomato we import from Burkina Faso. Have we even made any steps to see how they grow it? Can we grow it to their standards? Can we also boost that, reducing our importation and also maximizing production for our consumption, as well as also exporting to make? So government have to take a critical step to see how they can reduce their import of agri-products and also increase their export of those things. And I think that will solve most of the problems alongside the chain.
Okay, nice one. I mean, I'm going to move on to the next gentleman, Mr. Nikoi. Now, for him, a lot of time the financial sector is bashed for not supporting agriculture. They will tell you, if you go into the banks, the loan books of the banks, a lot of the time they're not supporting farmers because they're high risk and the likes. I would like to know from your perspective, the answer to the same question. What is plaguing agriculture in Africa from your perspective as a banker?
For agriculture in Africa, there are a number of factors. I think the earlier ones have talked about it, but 3 or 4 key things can be pointed out. For instance, just this month, FAO is saying that you have about 45 countries in the world who need to be supported with external food. And the interesting thing is that 1 of them is just from Europe, 2 from Latin America, 6 from Asia, and 33 from Africa.
Wow.
And what is the reason? Number 1, either shortfall in production, which is unable to meet the requirements and the needs that we need. Number 2, conflicts, which prevents people from engaging in the productive activity to be able to generate enough. And number three, sometimes economic conditions and things make it extremely difficult to be able to engage in the direct production. And so agriculture in itself, it's not an easy task, especially in our environment where it's more manual, like Madam said, the technology has not been fully deployed to make it much easier for all of us. And so if you are not very resilient as an investor, you would back out of it in no time. So these three key things, in terms of access, people having access to it. Number two, eliminating the conflicts that is plaguing us, that is not allowing people to focus. And I believe strongly that for Africa, we haven't moved our mind towards solving our food problems. Because if we do, we have the capacity, we have the resilience, we have what it takes to be able to produce enough, not only for ourselves, but for the entire world.
For the rest of the world. All right. And finally, your take before we move on to the next round of questions.
Okay. Sometimes I ask myself this question. Are we really in need of food as Africa? I do not think that is necessarily the case. But I think it has more to do with value addition. My brother just gave an example. We import so much tomato from Burkina Faso. Yeah, Burkina Faso. We produce more in this country. But what happens to that? Most of the cases, we lose it. So if we were able to, in a way, preserve it, we may not need as much as we import from Burkina Faso. And it's the same thing happens to other food crops we produce. So I think in a lot of cases, post-harvest losses contribute so much to the shortages we have in our country. It's not like we are not producing enough. We are producing so much. But there are technologies we need to adopt which would help us to cut down on the losses we have, either on the farm or during storage.
Now, some would say there are cartels that are preventing, that benefit from the imports from Burkina Faso. And I don't know, Madam Eduse, I don't know whether you have any reaction to that. The fact that
yeah, the reaction that I have to that is that there's a problem there. Yes, maybe we are producing a variety that is not attractive, that the consumers don't want. So then what's the point of producing that and then go to another country to bring in what the consumer wants? So that's the problem. The problem there is that fix the variety. Let the variety be what the consumer wants. Then we will not go to the next country to bring it in. So there's a lot of problems in the agriculture sector. Burkina Faso is just next door. Why is it that all this time we haven't figured out, okay, what are they doing? What variety are they planting? Why are our tomato traders traveling so far?
Risking their lives.
Risking their lives. It's not comfortable to drive by, to go by road all the way to Burkina Faso. So what is it? But for the longest time, the same thing happens. We talk, the same thing happens.
Now, we know that the digital ecosystem has transformed our lives. When you look at different sectors, from health to education, and I mean, we've seen it transform a lot of sectors. We are talking about 5G, people, doing operations from different parts of the world, whilst their patients are in, different parts as well. For you, is there a role for technology in transforming agriculture? I mean, what barriers do we have now that technology can actually break? I don't know if you want to start.
Okay, mobile money has just mushroomed. Mobile money cuts across all sectors. So these are services. Why can we not design something for the smallholder farmers? Now, mobile money, what you need is a phone and you need money. You don't have a limit as to how much money you should have. to use that service. However, farmers here, climate change is looming, fuel is very expensive, the grid is too high to use for irrigation. Meanwhile, to grow our food, we need irrigation. So why can't there be a service towards smallholder farmers where solar pumps are, put in strategic points, and then farmers pay through mobile payments, mobile money payments.
To get automated irrigation.
Exactly, to irrigate their farms. That's a service, that's a technology. That's something that they can afford to pay. They cannot afford the cost of the initial technology of the solar pump and then designing the service. They can't afford that. But if we can come in, like mobile money is being done, we do that. That same structure can also be done for drone service, where they can pay mobile money payments, to get their farm sprayed through drones. So this is where I think smallholder farmers are being overlooked, where we are not planning or thinking about the services that will bring, move agriculture forward. Because if we remain where we are, using cutlasses and hoe, we are not going anywhere. Now, there was a shortage in the UK. I hear some supermarkets were selling 3 tomatoes per customer, okay? Now, when you come to Ghana, how can we send export tomatoes when we are getting it from Burkina Faso? What will happen is that Burkina Faso will export to the UK, and then we won't get tomatoes, okay? And we can't export. So we really need to think agriculture, see how we can modernize agriculture.
I mean, it appears the pieces are there, but putting it together to exactly. Create a better value for the smallholder farmer.
Yes.
It's not. I mean, as part of our sponsors, we have Vodafone Cash, Mobile Money Limited, Airtel To Go Money as well, and ZPay. I believe maybe they will be listening. They might come up with a tailor-made product for
I hope you are listening.
And they will give you credit as well.
Yes, I hope you are listening.
I know.
It will help.
Yes.
Mobile money came, I mean, that has worked, that's successful. Let's think of the next thing that will impact, our food.
I mean, that's the reason for this particular, what's it called, session, the role of digital financial services in agriculture. Now, Olali, I know that for you, giving value to farmers to be able to increase their, or better their situation is priority for you, from education to skills provision and the likes. What can you say on this particular matter of technology and its transformative ability or transformative effect on agriculture?
Yeah, thank you so much. Hello? Okay. So yes, I think, and that's something that Farmerline started 10 years ago.
Oh,
basically
wow.
trying to solve, we started basically trying to solve the issue of knowledge. Because knowing what to grow, what the market is demanding, how do you grow your crops, what are the best practices that can ensure that you're getting the right input. And 10 years down the line, we've evolved from just provision of information, because you can tell someone how to fish, but if you don't equip them, give them the support systems to make sure they are fishing.
But are we doing it at the pace needed to incorporate more smallholder farmers?
I mean, we are. And that's the opportunity. Farmerline was founded by 2 young people, graduates from Ghana, from KNUST, and basically saw that need to bridge information gap. And that led to we now being able to, in Ghana currently, we're supporting more than 123,000 farmers with financing to get the right inputs, because there's issue of financing. How do you get the irrigation set up, even for the technology that you talk about? There's a lot of investment that has to go into setting up all these services. But just to answer your question, I think the mobile phone is a powerful tool that we see as a way to help smallholder farmers. I think currently the data shows we have about 130% mobile phone penetration. I'm not talking about 3G, just
the feature phones.
The feature phones. That is a powerful tool that you can transform to make it smart and also productive for the farmer. And The way we're doing it is basically taking all the heavy lifting, where a farmer can just dial a short code and interact with the system, and being advised on, for example, what the weather pattern is going to look like, being advised to the closest input dealer that he can buy his input from, where he can sell his produce. So these are tools that are helping change, shift the needle, but there's a lot of room for more efforts, more farmer lines to be, created.
Madam Medusa is looking at you, hoping that it will be expanded. Can I move to Prof? I mean, with your extensive, and wide-reaching experience, I mean, for you, the role of technology in revolutionizing agriculture in Africa. I mean, what can you say about that?
Yeah, it's there, and it also depends on the size. Are we looking at a fully closed system, semi-closed, or open systems?
Can you explain that for us, please?
Yes, so in terms of technology, so what I mean is that if you are looking at completely closed system, that means you are looking at a farming in an environment where everything is controlled in terms from the nutrients to the plants, to the environment of the plants, even animals and all those kind of things. So in that case, you have maximum degree of control in terms of diseases, growth, and all those kind of things. Now, in a semi-environment, sometimes they can be dependent on the soil and other things, and then you just prevent maybe in terms of the environmental factors. So in that case, external climate effect, you can reduce it to a degree. But if it is an open system where you are dependent on the natural environment, even if you use fertilizers and other things, you still depend on the climate and stuff like that, then the different technologies will apply will be different. Because if it is big and it is wide and it is open, that means outer space technologies is needed in terms for you to understand the weather condition, to understand the humidity and other conditions that are likely to create environment for diseases, at the same time also make the plant survive in those environments that will help you control it in that kind of open environment in order to get a yield that you need. And that also comes at a cost, and you have to factor in the cost of that, and also in terms of the cost of the harvest to see whether I'm going to make profit or not. And if the profit is more, then you get also banking sector also investing into the idea to help you expand if in case that one is more. So a whole lot of things affect and determine which up to what degree of technology.
So I mean, for not to catch you, but for our context, are we to go with the open system, the semi-open system, or the closed system? What would you?
Yes, I think we have to start from the open system, because we have a lot of farmers doing the open system, and they have much more knowledge in terms of the open system. So we have to support them in terms of information, in terms of whether we have to forecast, we have to provide them services that have to make sure that it increase their yield a little bit and reduce those kind of effects on their plants. So that's the first stage we have to take it from. Then we look at other whatever. Because when you look at it in that kind of open system, also you also have to look at how you have to develop and research into certain plants that have to be disease resilient in those kind of open environments. So a whole lot of chain of activities will come in to see how you have to support that kind of large open system farming. That will depends on the technologies that you need to deploy in those kind of environment before you move to the semi-closed and then that kind of open. Yes. Yeah, but there are a lot of opportunities in terms of this technological advancement, moving from the seed to variety, breeding the types of animals or whatever you want to produce. Because if you look, for example, in terms of Israel, they don't have so much resources, but they are able to capitalize and then now expand in terms of the agricultural space. So which means that we that have more of the resources here can capitalize on it more and be able to benefit more in terms of the soil quality and then other things that we have. So adapting the technology here, we don't need to go that far compared to other countries that don't have most of the environment necessary for them to grow it, but we just have to also push more in the side of other technologies that we have to support it.
But I mean, for the smallholder farmer, up north, or in the Volta region, Bruno Hava region and the likes, where we have our food basket, would it be possible for them to access some of these technologies? Because some of them, like you said, they are still sticking with the cutlasses and the hoes. How can we bridge that gap so that the smallholder farmer gets to benefit from technology, digital financial services and the like?
Yeah, so it depends on the nature of technology we want to deploy based on how we study that environment. Still, they can still focus on those kind of technologies. So let me give an example. We don't necessarily have to deploy sensors everywhere, but we can gather information and then relay into them in terms of how they will have to do certain farming, and then when they see certain things coming, how they will have to do their reporting. And that will let us gather information. So for example, you can have a text environment where you perform or you do your farming, and you can use that to inform and guide how the larger scale have to work. And if they report in terms of the diseases and other things, then that means, let's say you have a system where they report in terms of diseases and other things that happen. You can use that also to understand the disease patterns across geographical areas. Okay. And if others also give information how they are able to overcome it and how they control it and other things, also provides a basis for information sharing where they can also learn from those kind of knowledge spaces. So the technology just comes in to support to a degree. So those people that are doing that kind of farming, you can share that. And also there is one thing, you can have a small piece of land and you can maximize productivity on the land, and technology can guide us work on test farms and share that information to people that cannot directly deploy sensors and other things in the soil to adapt the lessons learned from those ways of farming into that environment.
I'm sure the audience, someone in the audience will be asking, with our level of education in our society, you find that there are barriers. First of all, skill, literacy, even access to financial services and the likes. We know that, like she mentioned, mobile money, that can bridge the access to, the credits. You know, that can bridge that. But what about, the literacy, the skills deficiency? What are we doing? I know that Farmerline, I don't know whether you have some services provided in local languages and the likes.
So that's basically what I was trying to speak about in the first, that one of the biggest bottleneck where we try to help farmers is we try to teach farmers the technology itself. So how is a mobile phone going to work? That's not the farmer's need. What a farmer wants is the information on their production. What we built is leveraging voice, which is farmers know how to, they speak their own language, so they can receive weather forecasts in their own local language. Okay. And this is combining weather information from satellite, from rain, weather stations on the ground, being tailored and then made available on the farmer's phone. So the farmer can call and basically get information on what the weather condition is going to look like in his community, and he's able to use that to make informed decisions. So within our context, such a tailor-made solution should be brought to bear to improve the fortunes of our smallholder farmers. Totally, and these are key ingredients that can transform and help the farmer take on the best farming practices. Okay. For example, we talked about the open system. Yes, the farmer isn't rely on the rain, but it would be advisable for him, based on the weather prediction, to wait probably 2 weeks before he goes to start preparing to plant. Okay. And that can save them a lot of money. Okay, not to catch you. Let me go to Mr. Nikwe. For you, you've been within the banking space, the agri-tech space, for about 20 years, thereabout. The youth, from the poll that I did, are not very excited about farming. Madame Eduse was giving us the average age of the farmer, 50 and above. Are there digital financial solutions or digital solutions that you are deploying or other players are deploying to make sure that farming becomes more attractive for the young ones like us?
Thank you very much. There are a lot of digital tools. We have the simple ones that you are talking about. For every farmer who would be encouraged to continue farming, there are two things, that he has a passion to do it and also to be profitable and make sure that whatever he has put in, he will be able to get back that investment, and a lot more to be able to expand. Once you are not able to get your planting time correctly, the possibility in losing yields and making losses, it's very high. And that's where, when you talk about some of the simple technologies that as to when the weather information that they can receive through voice or through text for those that are able to read, he knows when to plant, how much fertilizer he can apply to it, when to do those applications, when to do the harvesting, which are simple things that can be deployed through the basic mobile phone that we use. And most importantly, even where to get these inputs, he doesn't have to travel 2.5 hours
before he accesses a simple input to apply. These simple technologies, which makes banking possible everywhere, thank God to mobile money and what have you, with even the banking system integrating into it, so that when you are at the place like Yamanchine where there is no bank there, you can still move funds out of your phone onto a mobile money, walk it to an agent, get money, buy inputs, and get your work done. So these simple technologies are helping smallholder farmers, but the issue is that how well have they been educated to be able to properly deploy this and make good use of the tools that they have?
You mentioned Yamanchine. Where's that? I mean, a lot of people might not know.
That's in Wenchi, when you are going to Nsoko.
Great,
and
awesome.
It's about 30 minutes drive from Wenchi.
Okay, so now Mr. Ajano has been just waiting, I think, to comment on this. I want to ask you the question about how technology can be leveraged to combat climate change. I don't know if you have any reaction to the comments they made, but if you don't, can you answer that question? From where you sit, climate change is real. I mean, we're seeing the impact. Across board. From where you sit, is there technology that can be used to combat this? I don't know if you can. You can touch on that question for me.
Okay. So climate change is here, and it's here now. It's not like we can do anything about it. In fact, the effects of climate change is one of the areas that is reducing our production, because it's becoming very difficult to predict the weather patterns and everything. That is where organizations like Farmerline comes in. They have been able to put together the information needed to combat this kind of thing. So my organization, Hopeline Institute, we have had a lot of talks with Farmerline and other organizations that have the knowledge and the database, so that we can use their expertise to guide our farmers to predict the weather, so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to at least reduce the effect of climate change. But one of the other things we are also doing is that we are using other forms of technology. Let me just deviate a bit from that. We are saying that our farmers are in the older age bracket.
Yes.
How do we kind of bring the youth into agriculture?
Answer that question for me.
So one of the things we are trying to do in our dealing with our farmers and other farmers in the villages, what we are doing is to get the youth to understand that you don't necessarily have to till the land in the agricultural space. There are a lot of things you can do within the value chain. Like value addition. You can provide mechanization services. You can provide
seed capital.
Exactly. So there are a lot of things you can do within that space to be able to contribute to agriculture. Another thing we have also encouraged and have taught our farmers is that you don't need to necessarily use your cutlass and your hoe. So we work with other organizations like Trot Tractor.
Yes.
So that where we have a database of about 130,000 farmers we work with.
So if you need the services of Trot Tractor,
so
for example,
all we do is that our farmers in different areas of the country, at any point in time when they need services, what kind of services do you need? Is it mechanization service? Is it a pest control service? So you talk to us, we talk to our partners, and we bring this service to you. so that you don't need to use hoe and cutlass. In fact, we have even drone services, which we take to our farmers.
I have 5 minutes to go. I want to give each and every one of you a minute to, like you're saying, you're talking about how we can leverage technology to, what's it called? To bring more people into the fold.
The farm.
The youth,
yes.
the elderly and the likes. There's room for everybody.
Sure.
And the fact that technology can be that bridge.
It makes it attractive. It makes it attractive to the youth because they know that they don't necessarily have to till the ground.
Yeah.
They can do other things along the value chain.
Nice. So just 1 minute for all of us. I mean, starting from you, Mr. Likoi. For you, are there opportunities that we can, leverage? We can use technology to, should I say, take advantage of to improve agriculture? And if we don't, what does the future look like? Because it's really embarrassing when consistently you hear that Africa has 60% of the land, but then we are not even able to produce to feed ourselves. 2 countries go to war, and then we basically have, food prices rising up, inflation currently around 52% thereabout. For me, it is very embarrassing. But there's been too much talk. Things need to happen and happen at a fast pace. For you, what can be done? What opportunities are there to be leveraged to transform agriculture?
Yes, for agriculture, the opportunities are huge, and combining that with technology gives an exponential output as far as what it can do is concerned. And let me say that in places where you don't have access to basic information, we talked about timely access to information in terms of planting times and even the right quality of seeds. Yes. Technology has been able to break those barriers so that through text messages or through just voice message, you have a fair idea of where to get these seeds and plant them at the right time. And when these things are followed, you see that the returns come, and that is what will attract the youth to be able to continue in agriculture. And once the returns come, some of the basic technologies, like we say solar-powered pumps and all those things could be avoided, and that expansion can happen. So the potential is there, and that is where everybody should focus on, using the platform of the technology that we have.
Prof, as you look into the future, the short, not the I'm not going to say medium to long term, but the short to medium term, I mean, what opportunities are there that we can take advantage of using technology to transform agri as we have it now?
Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities. So we have to see how we can invest in science, technology, engineering, and then we capitalize on innovation to solve most of our problems.
Yeah, but we don't even have money to feed ourselves. No money to invest in research.
Yes, we can, because, for example, somebody who finished a technical university can develop tools that can enhance in commercial agriculture, and also they can develop other tools to support. And the youth also within the urban sector can also practice urban agriculture, where they can grow stuffs in their homes in different ways and stuff like that. Those living outside the cities can also see how best they can use their land resources to farm certain food produce that is heavily dependent on and can be consumed. So these things can be used to improve.
All right, Madam Dusay, I don't know your final thoughts on...
Yes, there are opportunities. What I would recommend is that we need to provide enabling environment. Yes, Farmer Line talked about, a tool that they can read the weather. When there's going to be heavy rain, sure, good. What if when there's a drought, what do they do? How will they water their crops? That tool does not provide that practical solution. But enabling environment, they need the training, they need the services. How can the youth be enabled to provide services? And then by providing services, they work with the older generation. The older generation will impart their knowledge, because they are also very experienced, to the youth. Okay, and then the other services that are also provided by the, all together, it has to, we have to provide the services all together for it to work.
There's some collaboration.
Exactly, some collaboration. One part of the service, just that, will not work. It has to be together. Okay, so the youth That's also an opportunity for them to learn about farming. They are providing the services, the mobile money, the solar pump services, the drones, all the things that the learned youth can use so that the next generation will be better farmers in future.
Thank you so much. And Olali, if you can close it up for us.
Yeah, I think the mobile phone presents as a powerful tool, and we know young people are tech savvy. So I think the opportunity here is how do we turn these mobile phones into productive tools for the youth to see the opportunities in agriculture. And I think there's quite a broad range of services that technology presents. So for example, we've been able to train over 3,000 young people that we use in our own operations, offering digitalization services to various actors in the agri value chain. And this is important because you have small, micro, mom and pop shops like selling inputs, offering services, but these are managed by older people. But SS leavers have the opportunity, for example, being there, helping digitize these transactions happening at the shop. That's going to offer opportunity for the banks to have more visibility in what's going on. And that builds on the digital financial services. So you can create credit scores for these people to get access to credit, extend services such as irrigation, marketing, etc. And I think that's the opportunity that I think mobile telephony presents. And also for young entrepreneurs to take on solving or developing new ideas to solve the myriad of problems that smallholder farmers face. We are currently employing over 100 young people in the company. Can you imagine
if there are more
farmer lines? We're going to be creating jobs. And that, I think, is the future of we taking our own food security in our hands. Thank you.
Olali Senor, Head Corporate Services Unit, Farmer Line. Many thanks for the final word. Please, a round of applause for the panel for us. So we also had Madame Catherine Krobo Eduse from Eden Tree Limited, Professor Quist Afeti-Kester, Dean from the Ghana Communications Telecom University, Nicholas Nikoi, Unit Head Agro Marketing ADB, and Chris Ajanyo, Monitoring and Evaluation from Hopeline. I wish we had more time for us to have this discussion, but I'm sure we can continue on our social media platforms and the like. So I want to say a big thank you. We would maybe take a picture and then receive the next panel. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them one more time, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The only woman. Gender unbalanced. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Bobby and his wonderful panel. Please keep the conversation going on all the social media platforms of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. These are thought-provoking conversations, and we need to keep them going. So we're going to break for lunch. We've been sitting for a while. We're going to break for lunch. Lunch is about 45 minutes to an hour, so please don't be in a rush to leave. The next panel will be having a conversation around the future of tech, I guess. Sorry, the role of technology in education. I don't think you want to miss that one. The role of technology in education. Once we come back from lunch, that will be the conversation we'll be having, and it will be led by Richard Amuzu of Opportunity International. So please don't be in a rush to leave. At this point, we'll just walk out gently, go and have our lunch, and then we'll return here in just about 45 minutes to an hour. Then we can proceed with the rest of the program. My name is Anefi Jatin, and I'm still your MC for this part of the event. Thank you. See you soon.
What does money mean to you?
It means convenience. It gives me the ability to do business at my own pace.
It allows me to live my life with ease and enjoy my lifestyle without interruptions.
Security. I can make investments I can trust, and I know exactly where my money is all the time.
Having the flexibility to do what I want to.
The feeling and peace of mind I get knowing I can safely receive remittances from my family and friends from the comfort of my home. Money means safety.
Money means so many things to so many people, but no matter what you use it for or what it may mean to you, money is the one thing that keeps us going and makes our lives a little bit brighter. So what does money mean to you? Just Momo it.
MTN.
I have been working for the past 22 years.
5 years.
10 years.
11 years after school. Wow. That's a tough question. 1 million cedis now.
I prefer 50 million in 40 years.
1 million cedis now. I think about retirement every day.
It's quite scary, but I have.
My dream of me cry me person me contem like 50 years now I retired.
Not really, but once in a while it comes to mind. It's scary, but yes.
I know the retirement age in Ghana is 60.
60 years. 60 years, I think.
It be a 69, it be a 70, but 70 mostly 70 I call retired.
Pension baby.
Sorry? No.
Because if you do now, I didn't know, and I meet my free anytime.
I would like a pension baby.
I say 60.
I want to be spotted in town in a black Audi Q7.
SUV? Range Rover. Aja akokora na madam home me name yere.
Old age comes to mind when I hear about pension.
Savings.
Enjoying the rest of your life while you wait for death, which is inevitable.
I would want to be on a farm, spending quality time with friends and family.
A lot of long walks, a lot of gymming.
At least I should have about 500,000 a month.
I don't know how much. I just want to have a lot of money when I retire.
Give or take $200,000 in my account.
Yes, I have a pension plan.
As that now, no. No.
Yes, I have with SNIT.
What made me start a pension plan, I would say, is my employer. Currently, no. We are now going to set up one. I've not thought of it now.
Leave no be pension.
It's actually the first time I'm hearing the statement. Yeah, leave is not a pension. Holiday is not a pension. You definitely get back to work.
Really?
Wow.
I had no idea. 50 cedis a month?
I feel like my future is secured.
Yes, I do know there is a difference between all those.
In my line of work, actually, we get to work with all of these agencies or companies, so I do know.
It's very, very different.
I didn't know that I could use my pensions to apply for a loan.
Wow.
Yes, you can. A portion of your pension, which is tier 3, if that is available by your employer. I have no idea. No, I don't know about that. Yes, I do know that there's a lot on offer now from various companies on digital platforms for tier 3 options to start a pension, mostly for the informal sector. It was actually a referral from someone who knows someone in People's Pensions Trust.
No, please.
One of the oldest pension trusts you have, also more Ghana.
Yes, it sounds interesting.
Yes, it really does.
It sounds interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting, right? and the loans and all that. It's really, really interesting. Like, I'm very, very interested in that.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
He dropped
Are all student association contributions?
He dropped even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh!
He
dropped too?
Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly where the money goes. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Uncle, my father is hiding under the bed.
Oh, Araba.
Chango for your groupings and crowdfunding.
Auntie Dede.
Dial *715#.
Oh,